Very much for joining us on our day 2 of our conference. We're looking forward to our discussions today as we will be looking at the cult of Yosafata Kунцевича. This will include an examination of theology, priesthood, and hymnography. I think it will be a great opportunity for us to begin to delve a little bit deeper into Yosafata. Today, our first panelist, Dr. Natalia Sienkiewicz, is a postdoctoral researcher at the Leibniz Institute for the History and Culture of Eastern Europe in Leipzig, Germany. Natalia obtained her PhD in 2007 from the Ludwig Maximilian University in Munich and graduated in 2004 from the Taras Shevchenko National University of Kiev, and there in 2007 she defended her PhD in history, entitled The Volin Dominican Monasteries in the late 16th and 19th centuries, the Institutional Principles, Social, Environmental, and Main Directions of Activity. Her research areas of interest include intellectual life and religious history, confessional controversies and influences, history of library collections, and historiographical tradition in early modern Ukraine, the 17th century. Her talk today, entitled Olfashavano Pism Slovenskih, Unknown Treatise of Kунцевич. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sienkiewicz.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for such kind introduction. Today I would like to talk about the treaty that was briefly mentioned yesterday, and I'm very happy really to be here, and because all of us are in the same topic, and I don't need to introduce Kунцевич, and I will approach directly to my topic. First of all, during his lifetime, Yosafata, we know that he took an active part in interconfessional polemics. Moreover, Yosafata was in fact martyred for his unequivocal confessional position. What, however, is known about the subject matter and arguments of these polemics, and how can we assess Kунцевич's contribution to the development of interconfessional controversies? I'm trying to answer this question in my paper, analyzing the polemical work on the falsification of Slovenian letters, which is part of the Dobrohotov's collection of the Russian Academy of Sciences. The manuscript was attributed to the saint, as you see, by its title, which indicates that the author is a higher monk of the Holy Trinity Monastery, Yosafata Kунцевич. Given that, the work must have been written by Kунцевич in the period between 1609, the time of his ordination, and 1613, his departure for the archimandrite to Żerowice. It is known that Yosafata Kунцевич never received systematical school education. That was also mentioned yesterday in this room. It was not only emphasized by his opponents, but also recognized by his hagiographers. The first vita of the saint, in particular, stressed the lack of knowledge of Latin by Yosafata. Despite this, the vita emphasized that the saint read a lot in Polish and Czech Slavonic languages, which led him to a deep understanding of the most complex truths of the faith. For example, the dogma of the Holy Trinity. A later tradition attributes Kунцевич writing a number of works, and some of them will be mentioned here later in this room as well. However, the early hagiographer Jakub Susza mentioned that he wrote only one book, Libellum asse compositum defensio unionis dictum, aliosque hac super re ad aliis lucidatus, pecuniamque comparatus varios inter dispergebat. Thus, according to the hagiographer, Kунцевич wrote a small book, Libellum, entitled Defense of the Union. It is well known that in 1617, a book of the similar title was published by the Vilnius Archimandrite Leon Krevza, who emphasized in his preface the collective nature of this book and its appearance on the initiative of the Union Metropolitan Joseph Williamin Rudzki, after the theological debates that took place in Vilna between the Orthodox and Union parties. Therefore, I can assume that the manuscript we are analyzing today is a kind of draft, which was prepared in Vilnius Holy Trinity Monastery by St. Josaphat on behalf of Metropolitan Rudzki. Let us turn to the analysis of the manuscript itself. The text, I will scroll probably. The text is written on 16 levels, and at least two 17th century hands can be distinguished in it. The first hand wrote the main text and a few glosses in the margins. The second hand wrote only notes. At the end of the text, there is a later note about the saints who was commemorated on the 27th of August. The manuscript bears an old monastery library signature. Apparently, the manuscript was in the library of Vilnius Holy Trinity Monastery, where Kuncevich was a monk, and where the text was written. And from there, only later, it got into the collection of Bishop Pavel Dobrokhotov, who was actively involved in the collecting manuscripts in the libraries of Uniat monasteries in Lithuania and Belarus. The author of the manuscript emphasized that the primary reason for the writing of this work was the obedience to the elders, and that he intended to expand the introduction later. The fact we are looking at really a draft version, not a final version, is also evident by the weak structuring of the text. The text has subheadings only at the beginning, and the topics for polemics change rather inconsistently. After the work was written, it was apparently read by an editor, and I can assume that the editor of this text was Joseph Williamin Rudzki himself, who made several underlines and notes. The work was written with a clear polemical purpose. The main opponents of the polemics are Demian Nalivaiko, antigraphist, as it is called in the text, Stefan Zizania, a cleric of Ostrog, Philalet, Orthologus, it's Melody Smotritsky, and Vasily Surash, and also the Catechism of Vilna Orthodox Brotherhood and other princes of Orthodox are mentioned as well. Supporters of Orthodoxy are called assistants of sectarians, schismatics, and ministers, which also appeals directly to Protestant religious teachers. The author emphasized the direct kinship between Orthodox and Protestant in doctrine with the following glosses. Не див, že се в том не згаджають православні, бо сітого в непевних повідачів гретяков научили. The main topic of the polemics is the descent of the Holy Spirit, where the author aims to prove that the thesis that the Church Fathers proclaims the doctrine of the filioque. The second important polemical topic is eschatological one, in particular the fate of demons and sinners after death. The next topic is the use of unleavened bread, which Orthodox authors find prohibited in the patristic tradition. Kuncevich rejected this prohibition, although he does not advocate to use the unleavened bread in the Eastern Church. The situation is the same with the day, for example, of Easter. Kuncevich criticized the inconsistency of Orthodox authors on this issue, but does not provide his own answer to it. Obviously, he fully supported the decision of the Council of Florence. Both leavened and unleavened breads were accepted as appropriate matter for Eucharist, as well as Roman and Greek Paschalias were acknowledged as rightful ones. Kuncevich's polemical arguments can hardly be called theologically competitive. Already in the editor's opinion, he made a significant mistakes in writing his work. In particular, Kунцевич rejected the claim that the Son, together with the Holy Ghost, is the cause of the gifts of the Holy Ghost, and thus, from the point of view of the editor, risked to fall into the heresy of Arianism. Писали так отці, і не треба їх поправати на тому місцю. Іначе поправуючи їх, зостанеш аріанином. In the other place, the editor does not support Josafat's criticism of Orthodox, who quotes the commemoration of saints and the dead during the liturgy. Не зле мовить на тому місцю криволог, і шкода його поправувати. Одно треба зрозумівати. In addition, the editor emphasized the need to use more patristical authorities for strength of the argumentation and to read more carefully the text of opponents. It is not surprising, therefore, that the treatise in this form was not allowed to be printed, and the issue of Trinitarian eschatological block were discussed by Uniats actually only later by Meletius Motritsky in his Apology of 1628. Here I would like to turn your attention to the topics where Josafat's contribution was new and influential for further polemical literature, both Uniat and Orthodox. The discussion on the primacy of the Roman bishop. It was the biggest problem in the search for understanding between the Eastern and Western churches on the territory of Rusinia. Ruthenian literature, to some extent, was influenced by the Old Slavic anti-papal polemics. In particular, as part of the collection that is known as the Supral collection, written in 1580s, we find a popular legend about the usurper of the Roman throne, Pope Peter VII of Alexandria, known in Slavic tradition as Piotr Hugniwy. This legend was also spread in the Orthodox Trebnik of 1606. Ruthenian narratives also transmitted stories about Papessa Joanna, who was associated with the Pope John VIII, that was spread in the Kiev metropolia under the influence of Calvinist literature. And Kунцевич reacted on it. According to him, the legend of the Pope John VIII being replaced by Papessa is refuted by Orthodox authors themselves, who appeal to the authority of this Pope in other places of their texts. Accusation of heresy and lack of Christian virtues among the Roman popes were also very popular in the Ruthenian narratives. Йосафата Кунцевич came up here with a statement that popes of seven first ecumenical councils were nevertheless considered as saints by both Orthodox and Uniat tradition. He strengthens his statement with the Slavic books, according to which such popes as Sylvester I, Pope Liberius, Celestine I, George I, and Martin I are considered saints in Kievan tradition. Another important question that was raised by Kунцевич is the disobedience to Patriarch of Constantinople that remained a very irritating topic during the construction of historiographical narrative by Uniats. Actually, Uniats were accused of breaking the oath given to their canonical pastors. In this regard, the main argument of Kунцевич is the fact that Kievan metropolitans obeyed the Patriarchs of Constantinople only when the latter were in union with Rome, and when the patriarchs fell into schism, as for example Michael Carularius, they refused to obey them. This is evidenced in particular by the establishment of the feast in Kiev metropolia that is not to be found in Greek feast days, the transfer of the relics of St. Nicholas to Bari. Starting with the installation of Clement Smolatic, followed Kунцевич, Rus elected its metropolitan without the consent of Constantinople. Moreover, he emphasized that the metropolitans were being appointed without the consent of Constantinople for a long time, and referred to the authority of Rus Chronicles, що през час немало тривало, як остосвідчать хроніки наші русские. Thus, Kунцевич showed the signing of the union of Brest not as something new, but as a return to the old obedience of the Holy Father. How long did this obedience last to his mind? The popes were recognized by the Eastern Church until the time of Patriarch 40, argued Kунцевич. Ми зараз знайдуємо во всіх історіях святих і завжди знала церква Восточного епископа Римського за пастиря Вселенського. Не тільки за часов соборів 7 відправування, але й по 7 Вселенських соборах. And even during and after the patriarchate of Photius, popes were continued to be recognized as pastors by the rightful people. The best illustration of this is the visit to Rome of the Slavic apostles Cyril and Methodius, who, being parishioners of Photius, asked Pope Adrian for blessing on the books they had translated. At the end of the treaty, the question of the role of laicus in the church life and church court is raised. It's very interesting, especially in the light of our discussion yesterday. And here Kунцевич strongly condemned the privilege granted to the Vilnius Brotherhood by Patriarch Jeremiah Tranos of Constantinople. It is also significant that the Orthodox are called teachers of the brotherly faith, вчителі братської віри. In the text that shows that author's general negative attitude towards the brotherhood in Vilnius. An interesting precedent is given in the margin, according to which in Vilna there was a laik, Hosea Tsarne, maybe this name will tell some of you who are dealing with city court sources. So Hosea Tsarne tried to judge a priest and was punished for it, argued Kунцевич. Kунцевich, approaching to my conclusions, Kунцevich's main polemical technique was to search for contradictions and inconsistencies in the books of his opponents, as well as those places where biblical and patristical authority were incorrectly quoted and interpreted. He used a large number of sources of various origins for his critical analysis. Josaphat compares the books of his confessional opponents with the Greek ones, and it is obvious that he did not know Latin and Greek and could only do it through the translated literature. Noteworthy, it is the information provided by his hagiographer Yakov Susha that there was a translation of Latin language treatises of the chronicle of, for example, John Zonara, initiated by Kунцевич. Latino quoque hui crei accommodo libros in vulgare idioma quis schismatitis largidetur transferi curavit. The most important authorities for Kунцевич, however, are not Greek but Ruthenian texts. Ruthenian chronicles, council books, and Moscow printed Tsvetnik, and liturgical texts which were considered the most important sources of the Kievan tradition. As a result of his textual comparisons, Kунцевич concluded that the Orthodox falsified the text of the Holy Scripture, and Church Fathers, as well as distorted the text of the primary Ruthenian tradition. Thank you for your attention. I'd be glad to hear your critics and comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sienkiewicz, for this enlightening tour through some of Josaphat's thoughts expressed in his writing. As we move on now, we'll have Dr. Alicia Zofia Nowak. She is the philologist and head of the Department of Polish-Ukrainian Studies at the Jagiellonian University. Her research interests include church renewal and Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Her books look at the relation as well between Ukrainian and Belarusian people, as well as priesthood in the teachings for the clergy on the history of the religious reform in the Kievan Metropolitanate throughout the 16th and 17th centuries. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nowak.
The priestly and then episcopal ministry of Josaphat Kунцевич in the Kievan Metropolitanate continued at the time when the reforms initiated by Orthodox were implemented. They included one of the key issues for its outcome, the restoration of the authority of priests. Orthodox and the representatives of Church united with Rome have discussed and reflected on the most essential elements of spiritual ministry, referring to works that have held constant status for centuries. They also sought to update the topics discussed, setting their advice and recommendation in the social, religious, and sometimes political context of the times. A main tool for the distribution of knowledge concerning this topic and for the formation of priests was the written legacy, especially printed books. Printed and manuscript works authored and co-authored by Yosafata Kунцевича are the basis of this my brief analysis. The earliest printed work, Teaching for Your Race, maybe we can, I have one. Nothing changes. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. The earliest printed work, Teaching for Your Race, Teaching for Priests, was an extremely important and inspiring work for the representatives of both churches in Kyiv Metropolitanate. It was added to Liturgiarion, Kniha Służebnik, printed by Leon Mamonich in Vilnius in 1617 and attributed by scholars to Yosafata Kунцевича and Leon Kreuza-Rzewuski. Both authors of work were involved in the preparation of the Liturgiarion intended for the Unites, although it was not Catholic in its content. In the work dedicated to priests as celebrants, a term new to Orthodox tradition and the time were introduced, such as those that later became widespread in other instructions and exhortations. This was one of the first attempts to familiarize Ruthenian priests with concepts characteristic for scholasticism and new Greek theology, such as matter, form, intention, and so on. In the introduction to the work, the four most significant skills of every priest are identified: knowledge of worship, the celebration of liturgy, the administration of sacraments, and the mission of teaching the flock. And the other topics mainly concern the liturgy. First, the order before its celebration, according to the instructions. This includes the celebrant's cleansing of conscience, the obligatory pre-liturgical fasting, and need to celebrate the canonical hours. The next part presents the requirements for the liturgy itself, the furnishing of the altar, so the proper antimension, vessels, liturgical books, tablecloths, and the presence of the right minister. The section after the service contains advice on handling of the liturgical paraments, the spiritual condition of the celebrant, and also some remarks that not exactly relate to the after liturgy time, but to the liturgy in general. For example, the time and frequency of its celebration. And the next part is divided into two sections with the description of the matter, that is the Eucharistic bread and wine, and the form, so the appropriate words by which the transformation of gifts takes place, and also casuses, so the instructions on how the priest should proceed in case of unforeseen accidents and problems before and during the liturgy. For example, when it is a fire in the church, the invasion of enemies, or the illness of the celebrant and others. Some of the mentioned above issues were described, among others, in manuscript episcopal teachings for priests, in patristic instructions, in disciplinary rules contained especially the Kormchaya book and also in nomocanons, and in the preaching collection, which is why the question of value of this work must be raised. Beside the aforementioned conceptual modernization, the importance of this work stems from the fact that the liturgical advice and explanations, hitherto scattered in many other books and manuscript works, have been brought together in the compact manual. Secondly, it was important to locate them in Liturgiarion, a book that the priest as celebrant did not actually part with. And thirdly, it was necessary to create a printed version and distribute this teaching more widely. All these values and factors caused influence of this work on other liturgical commentaries, not only within the border of Kievan Metropolitanate. The teaching for Jerace was not reprinted in subsequent edition of Služebniks, but its impact, especially on the Mohylan liturgical books, seems undeniable. Like the first edition of 1629 and the second edition of 1639 Liturgiarion, some of the materials corresponding to the commentary on the teaching found its way into liturgical rubrics. But we can find inspiration above all in articles of Kievan Trebnik. Its abbreviated version was reprinted in Orthodox and Unite Trebniks in 17th and 18th centuries. The Mohylan liturgical commentaries were referred to in Dmytro Tuptawo's instructions published in 19th century as well. It can therefore be said that the text of Kunцевич and Kreuza-Rzewuski gave birth to liturgical commentaries and articles very popular later and known as Izwistie Uczytelnoje. And they were added to many Orthodox Church books, not only in the area of Kiev Metropolitanate, but also much more widely. So, I mean, the Serbia, Russia, and they have emerged in books continuously up to the present day. The second text I want to comment is the teaching on the seven sacraments attributed to the same authors who apparently prepared the liturgical commentary for Jerace, and it was probably published in Vilnius Trebnik in 1618, and Josafat Kунцевич and Kreuza-Rzewuski were, as researchers claim, inspired by a book of dogmatics by Greek scholar Gabriel Severos. He was a metropolitan of Philadelphia and Lydia with the seat in Venice, and Slavonic translation of his Syntagmation was circulated in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in manuscript form, introducing the Ruthenian readers into the world of modernized theology. It provides definition of all the sacraments, taking into account the division characteristic of new Greek theology, mentioned form, matter, person of minister, condition for receiving the sacraments, and effects of the sacraments. In addition to aforementioned modernization, the value of the work was, as in the case of teaching for Jerace, the compilation of a great deal of information in one very extensive 178-page study, and the decision to publish outcomes. It is also worth to concern on the section where the sacrament of priesthood is discussed. Separately, the figure of consecrator and the disciplinary rules of ordination were described, and beside that, the profile of candidate receiving the clerical state was introduced. In the catechisms and catechism teachings, the subject was discussed very briefly. The work under discussion in the section on the priesthood filled this gap by presenting an extensive list of degrees of priesthood and other ministries of altar, and the detailed description of the conditions that the candidate for clerical state, so the deacon, presbyter, bishop, must fulfill. The list of recommendations and impediments for the ordination is supported by excerpts from many sources, the Bible, the canons, and from the patristic literature. It is obviously John Chrysostom, but for example, we can find also Ambrose of Milan. And this rich textual material begins with a substantial formative remark of the intention of a person receiving ordination, who should be guided by the desire to act for the glory of God, for the salvation of others, and for his own merits in heaven. In conclusion, this truth was crowned by bitter words about the unworthy people seeking to receive clerical dignity for various reasons. This is the fragment. The author also pointed out the effects of obtaining the sacrament of priesthood, among them the right to administer the liturgy, which, unlike other powers to absolve the sin, is inalienable, even if in the case of a priest who lives an unworthy life. The book has question and answer catechism form, which is handy for teaching and self-education. A priest, especially one who was not educated, not well educated, there was still no shortage of such in Kievan Metropolitanate, could use extracts from this work as ready material for preaching and teaching the faithful. Testimonies have survived which show that this was also the role of handwritten catechism of Yosafata Kунцевича, which was preserved in its beatification file and published in 19th century. As can be read in Jakub Susza's notes, Yosafata Kунцевича taught the faithful using these catechetical instructions. It is also substantial to note that Yosafata Kунцевича is the author of the manuscript Principles and Constitutions for ERAs, for priests, which focused on organizational and disciplinary issues of the life of the parish clergy. Kунцевича raised the problem of polygamy of priests, which was not marginal. And topic was obviously discussed by many authors of Orthodox and United Church, and also by Greek hierarchs, including Meletios Pegas, who sent messages disciplining the clergy and regulations the matter of marriages. However, the program expressed by Kунцевича differed significantly from previous voices, for it was not confined to expressing the exhortation and indicating a recommended pattern of behavior for clergy who were to be husbands of one wife. What is important is that it was discussed in the context of the actual situation of the parish clergy and taking into account the practical possibility of the moral repair of the clergy in this area. At the same time, Kунцевича, while criticizing two and three married priests, was aware that removing widowed or remarried priests from ministry, especially if they had underage children to raise, would put them in a difficult situation, and he was looking for a good solution to this state of affair. Moreover, the sudden removal of all priests who had the sin on their conscience could bring considerable difficulties to the continuation of the liturgical and sacramental life in many parish churches. Therefore, while repeating the absolute ban on ordaining bigamists, he nevertheless allowed those who had already transgressed this law to remain in parishes. They were to celebrate hours and be ministers of certain sacraments, provided that the celebration of liturgy and the administration of sacrament of penance were delegated to a parish assistant, as we read, a saintly and serious priest. The second theme taken by Kунцевича and other reformers concerned the scope of bishop's authority and responsibility. The order of ordination of the clergy indicated by legal and canonical documents and other teaching was not possible to apply without first normalizing the question of the proper way of assuming bishoprics. Bishops often disregarded the rule inscribed in the Kormchaya book, limiting their administration and care only to the territory of the granted eparchy, which importantly they were not supposed to leave. Evidence of ignoring of the above mentioned jurisdictional rights in the dioceses of 16th, 17th centuries included discussions among the polemists and efforts to have the normative arrangements written into new legal documents or synodal constitutions. Jurisdictional conflicts between bishops were sometimes provoked by metropolitans themselves, making double elections in the eparchy. The term properly in this context indicates a consecration that is valid and in accordance with the canons. Thus, for the matter of ordination, the hierarch was extremely important. Only the bishop in his diocese had the right to confer the sacrament. This principle was recalled, among others, by authors of teaching about 7 sacraments. Yosafata Kунцевича, in manuscript Principles and Constitutions, compiled for the priest in the Polоцького eparchy, also cited the findings of of canons and the articles of the local synods of Antioch and Sardica, confusing the number of canons, by the way. Thanks to the reminders, the legal rules became more widely known. The observance of these rules was a crucial condition for maintaining good organization and internal order within the eparchy. They clearly delineated the extent of the territory for which the bishop held full responsibility over the parish clergy, and were of utmost importance in overseeing candidates for ordination. And the purpose of these provisions was to prevent chaos or potential abuses that could arise from the ordination of clergy by arbitrary bishops or even fraudulent individuals masquerading as hierarchs for personal gain. Representatives of confraternity brought their complaints about this situation to Jeremiah II, Tranos, seeking legal regulations to address these occurrences. Kунцевич mentioned the issues, emphasizing that the outcome of such ordination was a questionable priesthood, and the sacraments and the liturgy performed by pseudo-priests had held no value. And my conclusion, the value of Kунцевич's work, whether authored individually or in collaboration with others, primarily lies in their practicality. Some of these works served as guides for priests, offering assistance in addressing any uncertainties related to the preparation of sacrificial offerings, the administration of sacraments, or questions about disciplinary matters, including the rights and responsibilities of priests. Notably, this text also provided a valuable resource for self-education and teaching the faithful, not only within the context of liturgical ceremonies. It is worth reiterating the value of these works, which lies in their ability to embed the discussed issues within the cultural, religious, and legal traditions of the Eastern Church, while simultaneously modernizing the way they are presented through catechismic form and the introduction of a new concepts and terms. And the third, another crucial aspect to emphasize and appreciate, is how these works put into perspective the practical implementation of certain disciplinary rules. This involves adapting these rules, as seen in the case of priestly marriages, to the possibilities and needs of the Ruthenian community within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth during the early decades of the 17th century. And this is my thought. Дякую за увагу.
Дякую вам. Thank you very much, Dr. Novak, for this important reflection on enabling us to have a deeper insight into how Josaphat was guiding and directing his people. Now we turn to Dr. Maria Takala-Roshenko, Assistant Professor of Orthodox Church Music at the University of Eastern Finland. In her doctoral thesis, she examined the development of the Eastern Rite feast of the Holy Eucharist based on the Latin Rite feast of Corpus Christi in the context of the 16th to 18th century liturgical evolution in the Uniate Church of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Her current research interests include the liturgical cult of Yosafata Kунцевича and other Uniate hymnography in the context of confessionalization in the early modern era, and the sociological implications thereof also in contemporary practice. Her talk today, entitled Creating Josaphat, the Eastern Rite Hymnographical Office Deconstructed. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Roshenko.
Thank you very much. Dear fathers, brothers and sisters in Christ, the creation of a cult, or rather the liturgical commemoration of a saint, requires three types of creative work in the fields of hagiography, iconography, and hymnography. As is typical of the Eastern Christian tradition, the cult can be initiated very soon after the death of the future saint, as in the case of Archbishop Yosafat of Polotsk. What we know about the earliest historical development of the hymnographical office for Yosafat is based on hymns that begin to appear in liturgical manuscripts during the 17th century. Professor Alexander Naumov, whose seminal article on Yosafat's office forms the starting point from which I proceed, argues that hymnographical texts began to be compiled shortly after his martyrdom, certainly after the synod in Kobrin in 1626. Initially, these were the Troparion and the Kontakion hymns, which form the core of the Sluzhba, the short office needed for the celebration of the Divine Liturgy in the saint's memory. Despite the argument for the very early origin of the new hymnography, the earliest surviving manuscript copies of the office that I know of date from the late 17th century, which is the time when the short offices generally begin to be fixed in Uniate manuscript missals, occasionally also in trebniks and mineas. The apparent absence of physical evidence from the first half of the 17th century tempts me to suggest that the first stage of the liturgical veneration of Yosafat was based on the use of the so-called common texts for a hieromartyr, available in the Minea Obshea, the common Minea. The hymnography for a hieromartyr certainly influenced the later compilation of his full office by providing models and material for direct borrowing. Although we heard yesterday in Professor Emich's paper about the various ways in which the Congregation for the Rites in Rome tried to exercise control over the early veneration of local Catholic saints, it seems that the process of compiling new Uniate hymnographical texts was not regulated or coordinated in any way. So the manuscripts between the late 17th and late 18th centuries reveal up to 4 different Troparia and Kontakia hymns, some of which are interrelated. In other words, they borrow and revise each other's content. The existence of various versions of these basic hymns implies that there were many hymnographers working in several different places, most probably in the major centers of the saint's veneration, such as Polotsk, the monasteries in Żyrowice, Suprasl, and the Holy Trinity Monastery in Vilna. The earliest office to appear in print, as far as I know, was the short office, was the so-called Little Missal, compiled by the Basilians in Vilna in 1691, a rare copy of which can be found in the Wróblewski Library of the Lithuanian Academy of Sciences in Vilnius. Next to the elementary texts, a more extensive office for the liturgical veneration of Archbishop Yosafat began to develop still in the 17th century. We know of at least 7 full sets of liturgical texts for Vespers, Matins, and the Divine Liturgy, which appear in various combinations in different manuscripts, testifying again to the work of several hymnographers. These hymns underwent a process of selection before their printing. While I haven't yet had access to the Minea printed in Počajev in 1737, which apparently includes a full office, please correct me if I'm wrong, I have consulted the Vosledovania printed in the monastery of Univ the following year, 1738, to see how the variety of manuscript contents becomes standardized in printed book. So to give you an example of the process of selection, here is a table of the stihira at Psalm 140 for Vespers. No fewer than 17 stihira have been found in manuscripts, appearing in various combinations of 6 in different versions. And we can see how the printed office standardized the selection of hymns to such an extent that the same stihira were printed 2 centuries later in the collection published by the Basilians in Žokva, Večernja I Utrenja in 1937. These stihira, like the rest of the hymns in the office, are either modifications of existing Byzantine Rite hymns or independent creations by Uniate hymnographers. And my aim here is to analyze how the models and the new texts were used in the office to construct a specific image of the saint, what aspects they chose to present and emphasize, and ultimately to convey to the worshipping community. The case of Yosafat is unique. He was a controversial figure in his time, and his martyrdom had a profound symbolic value, as we know. His cult played an important role in the confessionalization of the Uniate Church, in its demarcation from the Orthodox, a process that the hymnographical office both reflects and constructs. Thus, even when earlier hymns are imitated and standard tropes are used, which is deeply characteristic of the liturgical creation of the Byzantine Rite, with Yosafat they are placed in a new context in which they can be read with very specific connotations. My analysis is guided by the idea that while from a spiritual perspective we can see saints as holy intercessors sent by God, they are at the same time made by human beings, and for very human reasons, to quote Robert H. Greene. The hymnography of a saint can be seen as a construction based, as in the case of hagiography, on the selection of elements from the saint's life and character, the purpose of which is to demonstrate the sanctity of the object they represent. These so-called mandatory saintly arguments typically correspond to the criteria for the canonization of new saints, as Karin Hildar Christensen has studied in the case of the Russian new martyrs. They provide evidence of the saints' virtues, the purity of their faith and their life, their popular veneration, their miracles, and their incorruptible relics. It is not surprising that in the hymnography for Archbishop Yosafat we find references to all these aspects, although some of them are quite minor. My first observation concerns the level of historicity of Yosafat and his cult, as reflected in the hymns. There is a certain degree of hagiographic narrative inserted into the hymns, which is, of course, to be expected, given that Yosafat's life was known to such detail and it continued to be written and published as part of the process of his beatification and the expected canonization. We are presented with 2 historical scenes from Yosafat's life, his martyrdom and the veneration of his relics. The Festal Minea, written in 1714 in the monastery of Supras, presents a precise localization of the cult, the feast of Yosafat as taking place in Polotsk, where his relics were placed for veneration. And these stihira at Psalm 140 are particularly interesting because, for example, this hymn argues that the relics, Celebnie Moshi, were a source of miraculous healing power, a mandatory saintly argument according to Karin Christensen, which was, of course, supported by several testimonies published about the miracles that took place at the coffin of the Archbishop. For example, in the book by the Dominican Malinowski from 1673, relating the miraculous events that took place when the relics were returned via Vilno back to Polotsk in 1667, after having been evacuated because of the advancing Muscovite army. In another stichiron, all cities are invited to celebrate with the city of Polotsk, which emphasizes the presence of his relics there. If we think about the date when this manuscript was compiled, 1714, we know that 9 years earlier, in 1705, Tsar Peter I's troops had attacked Polotsk, forcing the relics to be evacuated again. So there is certain contradiction here, yet perhaps the stichiron was of earlier origin and was simply copied for the sake of convention, or in the hope of yet another return of the relics to the city. The military unrest between Poles, Muscovites, and Swedes in the region during most of the 17th century and early 18th century is reflected in this stichiron, namely in the request that Christ protect his flock from wolves of foreign origin or tribe. And whether the term inoplemienni here refers to the Muscovites or to the Swedes, as Alexander Naumov suggests, remains open, and I would be very interested to hear your views on this later. The depictions of his martyrdom are highly charged, with powerful images of violence that vary in detail from manuscript to manuscript, this example being one of the fullest. This is not surprising, of course, given the convention of graphic depictions of torture and death in Byzantine hymnography. It is interesting that later publications, including the 1937 edition, retain these stihira, possibly because of the narrative content. In addition to the death narrative, the stichiron attracts attention with the image it creates of the perpetrators. And this is the second observation I want to make in my paper. How does the hymnographer describe the murderers of Yosafat? And what kind of implications do these images have in this particular context? As you can see, there is a high degree of intertextuality in the stichiron. Alexander Naumov has pointed out the direct quotation from Psalm 82, here written in italics, which in turn are associated with the hymnography of the Passion, the Holy Friday. Terms such as Soviet nechestivi and bezakonnych soboriще, used in Byzantine hymnography to describe the council of the Jews, are widely used in this office to emphasize the extreme wickedness and lawlessness of those who conspire against Yosafat and ultimately kill him. The connotation is rather anti-Semitic in today's terms, of course, but was quite conventional in its own time. And its main purpose was probably to underline another saintly argument, that Yosafat imitated the example of Christ to the extent of being judged and executed at the behest of wicked men, who were in fact his compatriots, if we can use that term, in other words, of the same ethnic and religious background. The Jewish council denounced another Jew, Jesus Christ, and the Byzantine Rite Ruthenians murdered another Ruthenian, Archbishop Yosafat. And this creates a deep underlying tension in the hymnography. The enemy images are not simply polemical in nature, they must create a contrast. In order to grasp the state of affairs, with the death of Yosafat, the union is sealed, and the two Byzantine Rite churches will continue on their separate ways. The need to separate from the Orthodox community, thus initiating the process of confessionalization of the Union Church, is constructed throughout the office. It creates strong contrasts between the two communities, those of the right faith and those of the evil faith, those of light and those of darkness, those who love unity and those who love discord, those who are true, lawful, pleasing to God, and those who are godless, scheming, merciless beasts. It is a vibrant collection of hostile terms of its time with a clear purpose to separate the sheep from the goats, with Yosafat as the good shepherd. In addition to his many virtues as a bishop and as a model of asceticism, which are the criteria for his recognition as a saint, Archbishop Yosafat is constructed in the office in parallel with Christ. His life culminates in his Christ-like self-sacrifice for the sake of unity, the union of the Church. He leads people to unity, preaches about it, endures torture, suffers, and finally gives his life for it. Although the search for unity characterizes many offices of the Byzantine Rite, in the case of Yosafat, the number of references to sojedinение and jedinost is disproportionate enough to argue that the pro-union cause forms the core of his hymnographical veneration. And now some conclusions. Yesterday, Professor Brüning asked about the qualities for which Archbishop Yosafat was beatified, his personal qualities or his role in defense of the union of the Catholic faith. If we look at the hymnography composed and compiled in his memory, his martyrdom obviously forms a firm basis and relates him with a vast tradition of liturgical commemoration of martyrs in the Byzantine Rite. As Father Jeronim Hrim, if I remember correctly, pointed out in yesterday's discussion, the beatification process also involved the investigation into the virtues of Yosafat as a bishop and a hieromonk to justify he was more than simply a martyr. And the hymnography certainly also reflects this side. A major part of the office creates him as an ascetic monastic father and a gentle, loving pastor of the faithful. Yet throughout the office, Yosafat as a holy person is accompanied by Yosafat as the pillar of the union. It was the main cause the hymnographical office tried to promote. If, as the manuscript sources suggest, these texts date from the second half of the 17th century, they would form a liturgical counterpart to the construction of Yosafat's cult as a factor in the confessionalization of the Union Church, which was discussed yesterday in the first session. I think the observation of Dr. Lisejčíkov yesterday about the early 17th century as a period too early to see the formation of separate confessional identities would support the idea that the liturgical veneration of Yosafat was initially based on traditional Byzantine Rite hymns, common hymns, and only later in the second half of the century began to construct the heavily contrasting images of the Uniates and the Orthodox for the sake of demarcating the two. The many liturgical texts in commemoration of Archbishop Yosafat offer a wealth of aspects to explore. And these hymns were sung in worship and cultivated the understanding of the worshiping community and probably contributed to the development of a specifically Uniate identity. And because these hymns were created to be sung, I have asked my friend, Dr. Daniel Galatza, to conclude this presentation with some music. We will hear one Kathisma Sedalna hymn and enjoy an authentic experience of how Yosafat was commemorated in the year 1714 in the monastery of Suprasl. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much to our cantors, and thank you, Dr. Rosheko, for this enlightening presentation as we take a deeper look into understanding not only the reception, but how people were regarding Saint Josaphat and helping others to enter into this mystery of his life. And now it gives me great pleasure to present to you our beloved Bishop, Dr. Theodor Martinyuk. He is the coadjutor bishop of the Ternopil-Zboril eparchy of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church. He is the professor of Eastern Catholic canon law here at the Pontifical Oriental Institute, a graduate of the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin and the Pontifical Oriental Institute in Rome. He studied at the Pontifical Gregorian University as well. His important insights in canon law will help us to continue this discussion of Josaphat and his ideals. His work today is entitled St. Yosafata Kунцевича, Rules and Constitutions on Priesthood. Please join me in welcoming His Grace.
Слава Ісусу Христу! Дорогі отці, карі фрателі джезуїті, шановні пані, панове, я представлю коротенько тему, яка була мені доручена організаційним комітетом, а саме устав та постанови для священників святого Йосафата. Не тільки свідоцтво мучеництва робить святого Йосафата відомим, але і його взірцева пастирська діяльність заслуговує на окрему увагу. Дослідники життя Полоцького святого вивчали насамперед його духовність, аскетизм, мученицьку смерть. Деякі автори звертали також увагу на його діяльність як законодавця для своєї архієпархії та судді. У цьому дослідженні ми намагатимемося проаналізувати питання рукописної традиції та публікації документів, їх назви, авторства, дати повстання, мети та основних джерел. Отже, рукописна традиція та публікація уставу і постанов. На жаль, не зберігся оригінал уставу і постанов. Проте відомо, що ці документи разом із катехизмом у руській мові були представлені полоцьким архідіяконом Василіянином Доротеєм Лециковичем під час беатифікаційного процесу. Був здійснений їх переклад на латинську мову, і вони були додані до актів Полоцького беатифікаційного процесу 1628 року. В Ватиканському апостольському архіві, саме архів Конгрегації обрядів, знаходиться їх латинський переклад, 3 копії, який і був вперше опублікований Ніколя Контєрі у 1867 році. Згодом їх також опублікував французький бенедиктинець Альфонс Гюпен, а остання публікація латиною була здійснена отцем Атаназієм Великим у 1952 році. Щодо уставу та постанов у руській мові, а саме копій, які знаходилися в архіві прокуратора Руської церкви при Апостольському престолі, то отець Діонізій Дорожинський вважає, що вони були переписані отцем Василіянином Ігнатієм Волоцьком. І ми припускаємо, що отець Ігнатій скопіював ці акти, які містили документи в 3 мовах – латинська, польська і руська, правдоподібно в одному із василіанських монастирів, можливо, навіть у Жировицях, та привіз їх до Риму, адже він був прокуратором 1760-1772 рік. Коли ці акти були передані до архіву Конгрегації поширення віри, невідомо, адже вони згодом потрапили туди. Вже відомо, що у 1865 році вони точно були там. У 1905-1907 роках матеріали Полоцького процесу 1637 року стараннями митрополита Андрея Шептицького були передані до Церковного музею у Львові, тепер Національний музей імені митрополита Андрея. У цьому музеї в книзі надходжень латинських рукописів за 1905-1907 роки, яку провадив цю книгу Іларіон Свінціцький, під номером 157, тут є латинськими літерами, є запис «Процесsus canonizationis Poliocensis Йосафаті Кунцевич» 1637. Також є примітка із архіва римського прокуратора. На жаль, даний рукопис пропав, і місце його знаходження невідоме. Проте його витяги з нього були опубліковані отцем Дорожинським у 1925 році. Проте, трошки раніше, ще у 1911 році, отець Дорожинський видав катехізм, устав і постанови у часописі «Церковний Восток», а потім була окрема відбитка. Він стверджує, що дані документи він скопіював із матеріалів архіву Конгрегації поширення віри, в отриманні яких допоміг йому прокуратор отець Левицький. Згідно із ствердженням Дорожинського, він отримав акти процесу у 1901 році, тобто ще перед тим, як вони були передані до Львова. Хочу зазначити, що у Римі в ватиканських архівах були тільки копії латинською мовою. Не було копій на руській мові. Щойно отець Волоцько, я припускаю, привіз з собою до Риму копії руською мовою уставу та постанов. Ми припускаємо, що у 1905-1907 роках з архіву Конгрегації поширення віри до Львова був переданий той самий рукопис, копію якого був зробив отець Дорожинський. І це була єдина копія, у Римі не зробили з неї копії, тому у римських архівах, ватиканських архівах немає копій у руській мові. Щодо інших манускриптів, у конволюті другої половини 17 століття, що знаходяться у відділі рукописів бібліотеки Російської академії наук у Петербурзі та походять із колекції єпископа Павла Доброхотова, збереглися досліджувані нами документи у колекції Доброхотов під номером 40, регули Świętego Йосафата для своїх презбітерів, назва польською мовою, але зміст руською мовою, і постанові всім священникам. Правдоподібно, це найстарша версія цих документів. Ось Доброхотов 40, так виглядає перший аркуш цього рукопису. Ще одна руська версія уставу без постанов з 1685 року, але властиво це є копія 1700 року під назвою «Устави святого Йосафата, архиєпископа Полоцького, списані для презвітерів», також зберігається в цій же бібліотеці у рукописі Доброхотов 33. У тексті уставу відсутній є останній артикул, тобто є з уставу 47 артикулів, 48 відсутній. Як я вже сказав, постанов у цьому конволюті немає. Акти Полоцького процесу 1637 року, які знаходилися в архіві Конгрегації поширення віри, отже, повертаємося до Ватикану, а раніше належали до архіву прокуратора, у 1865 році скопіював згаданий вже на цій конференції отець єзуїт Йоанн Мартинов. Серед них є устав і постанови руською мовою. В даний час вони зберігаються у бібліотек Дідron де Ліон у Франції. Порівняльний аналіз тексту уставу і постанов з рукопису Мартинова, Доброхотова 33 і Доброхотова 40. Оце перша титульна сторінка з рукопису Мартинова. Отже, порівняльний аналіз цих трьох рукописів разом із виданням уставу і постанов отця Дорожинського з 1911 року показують, що між текстами є незначні різниці. І, зокрема, філологічного характеру, пропуск окремих слів, написання окремих літер, але, властиво, я не знайшов великих розбіжностей між цими текстами. Отже, слід також, думаю, пояснити певну термінологію щодо назви досліджуваних нами документів. Назви латинською мовою є наступні: «Regule Sancti Josaphat Prosuis Presbyteris» і «Constitutiones Pro Omnibus Sacerdotibus». Це робочі назви, які вживалися практично всіма дослідниками, тому що ніхто з дослідників не користувався цими творами у руській мові. Зрозуміло, що всі вони були надані цим документам не автором, а пізнішими редакторами чи копіювальниками. Ми вчора говорили, власне, про те, що вживається вже назва «святий», ось ще в 17 столітті. Але які терміни вживає сам святий Йосафат? Оце цікаво. У тексті першого документу він називає його «устави» у множині. У постановах він називає перший документ в однині – «устав». Щодо постанов, то ми не знайшли жодної інформації, як їх називав Полоцький святитель. Отже, беручи до уваги вище сказане, в нашому дослідженні ми вживаємо термін «устав» і вживаємо термін «постанови». В англійській мові це мало що змінює, але в українській мові це має певні відтінки. Отже, в нашому дослідженні ми властиво базувалися саме на уставі постановах у руській мові з видання отця Дорожинського, яке я отут повернуся назад, хочу його показати. Доволі рідкісний екземпляр у бібліотеці Стефаника у Львові. Натомість використовуємо також рукописи Доброхотова 33, Доброхотова 40 і отця Йоанна Мартинова. Отже, автор і адресат документів. Жоден з науковців не заперечив того, що саме Полоцький мученик є автором уставу. Свідки стверджували його авторство як у беатифікаційному процесі 628 року, так і 1637 року. Він не був надрукований, але кожен священник повинен був його переписати. У «Живот і менченство благословеного Йосафата біскупа і менченіка», це житіє, власне, є у Доброхотова під номером 40, доволі ще не опубліковане і недосліджене житіє. Мовиться цікаво, що з пастирської ревності святий Йосафат зібрав для священників науку про ділення таїнств, про церковне правило, про різні способи порятунку людських душ і власноручно їх писав та їх роздавав. Отже, він поступово формував артикули і подавав на річних соборах до виконання. В процесі формування уставу ще за його життя могло бути кілька його редакцій. Тому ми також не виключаємо, що остання редакція у руській мові могла бути приготована якимось редактором вже після смерті архиєпископа Кунцевича, саме в цілях беатифікаційного процесу 1628 року. Можливо, ним був полоцький архідіякон Василянин Доротей Лицикович, який і представив ці документи. Натомість, хто був автором постанов? В актах процесу 628 року стверджується, що передані документи були укладені і підписані самим святим Йосафатом. А servo Dei composita et manu propria servi Dei subscripta. Однак, це єдиний раз, коли згадується у беатифікаційному процесі постанови. В актах процесу 1637 року часто згадується устав, однак постанови взагалі не згадується. Навіть якщо після тексту постанов, що їх передав для беатифікаційного процесу Лицикович, стояв підпис святого Йосафата, допускаємо це бо у копіях є написано Йосафат архиєпископ. Однак, це ще не означає, що він був їх автором. З формуляру циклу повчань Київського митрополита на єпархіальному соборі скормчої книги Жировицького Василянського монастиря, це друга чверть 17 століття, а зокрема із розділу «Се єсть список митрополії осматривальне», випливає, що київський митрополит користувався, чи київські митрополити, правильніше сказати, користувалися певним встановленим переліком кар за провини священників. Тобто митрополит, подаючи певні норми і правила для виконання священників, які були у різних документах, це, зокрема, повчання для нововисвячених священників, які є дуже добре вивчені пані Аліцією. Отже, є у одному із формулярів така постанова. Через те, цитую, і вина – це грошовий штраф. Ми веліли написати на таких у окремий список, за який непослух, який безчинник нам має вину дати. Бо постанови – це є 9, так би мовити, кар за окреслені злочини. Таким чином, ми вважаємо, що святий Йосафат міг користуватися вже готовим переліком кар і штрафів за них. Тобто, властиво, він не був автором постанов. Їх є тільки 9. Можливо, це тільки фрагмент широкого переліку злочинів і кар за них, який до нинішнього часу не зберігся або десь припадає порохом в архівах. Можливо, святитель з Полоцька вибрав зі встановленого митрополитом списку кар лише ті, які були актуальні для його архієпархії. Проте немає сумніву у тому, що устав і постанови були скеровані виключно до єпархіального духовенства і не призначалися для ченців. Дата укладення і мета та джерела досліджуваних документів. Устав міг бути укладений святим Йосафатом протягом його архієрейського служіння, тобто між 618 і 623 роком. Здається, що устав не міг бути складений одразу після його на початку служіння. Окремі артикули свідчать про те, що він вже був добре зорієнтований в справах духовенства та розумів його становище. Його архідіякон Доротей Лецикович твердив, що архієпископ писав правила кожного року. Тому ми вважаємо, що святий Йосафат склав устав протягом кількох років, зокрема, використовуючи досвід проведення щорічних соборів та візитацій. Мета цих документів доволі ясна – впорядкування служіння духовенства архієпархії. Вони були інструментом для вирішення священичих проблем у Полоцькій архієпархії. Носили цілком практичний характер. Полоцький архієрей продовжував і актуалізував загальноприйняту практику щорічного соборування. Його вчитель і товариш митрополит Йосиф Еліамен Руцький наказував єпископам кожного року проводити собори. Властиво, кілька постанов митрополита Руцького з правил для єпископів мають відлуння в уставі. Є взаємозалежність між цими двома документами також. Ми вважаємо, що святий Йосафат користувався формулярами соборових повчань, зокрема список осматривальне, та достосовуючи його до потреб і інших документів, звичайно, до потреб реформи духовенства та душпастерських цілей, власне, формував цей устав. Устав є переповнений посиланнями на значну кількість апостольських канонів, канонів вселенських та помісних соборів, адже це був один із найсильніших аргументів до духовенства, щоби могти до нього промовити і, властиво, здійснювати його реформу. Святитель з Полоцька цитує деякі канони у церковнослов'янській мові, поряд з тим, що сам текст уставу у руській мові має елементи і білоруської мови, і української мови. Є дослідження Ярослава Гординського про мову уставу. Однак канони є у церковнослов'янській мові. тобто використані безпосередньо з джерела. Ми не знаємо, яким списком корчої книги він користувався. Із зауважень Контьєрі до уставу можна висунути гіпотезу про те, що полоцький святитель використовував слов'янську кормчу з коментарями візантійських каноністів, зокрема з коментарем Олексія Арестина. Я маю тут на увазі коментарі Арестина і Зонара, які були в складі так званої сербської кормчої. Вона вже була на Русь у 1284 році. Шанований нами всіма і так дуже бажаний тут серед нас Ігор Скочеляс вважав, що у єпархіях З'єднаної церкви ще до середини 17 століття широко використовувалися кормчі книги у душпастирських та адміністративних питаннях. Джерелом для окремих артикулів устав і інспірацією до них послужила наука єреєм до порядного відпробування служби Божої вельце потребна, нині згадана. А також, значить, щодо постанов, то ми не знаходимо якихось джерел, на які би посилався святий Йосафат, однак вважаємо, що їх формування може бути пов'язане з древньоруськими джерелами, які, власне, містять кари за окремі злочини і саме кару вини, тобто грошового штрафу. Тут маємо на увазі, зокрема, устав князя Ярослава про церковні суди. Святий Йосафат без сумніву знав цей документ, адже він домігся його впису до земських книг у Вітебську. І це є загально, так би мовити, відомий факт. Щодо класифікації, аналізу уставу, то я це все пропускаю, відсилаю пізніше до публікації. Натомість, закінчуючи, тільки хочу сказати, що устав являє собою 48 артикулів різного характеру, які торкають, власне, священичого служіння, священичої дисципліни, літургійних питань. Ось постанови містять кари, встановлені за окремі провини, зокрема, йде мова про грошові кари. У цій короткій доповіді, звичайно, неможливо є висвітлити всі аспекти цих документів. В майбутньому вартувало би видати тексти рукописів, які містять устав і постанови, зокрема, руською мовою, та здійснити їх переклад на українську мову. Бо теперішні переклади на німецьку, на білоруську і на українську мову здійснені з латинського тексту. Вартувало би також дослідити вплив уставу і постанов на тодішнє духовенство, а також зробити порівняльний аналіз артикулів з канонами Кодексу канонів східних церков. Тільки хочу побажати, і було би моєю великою радістю, щоб цей невеличкий внесок послужив подальшому розвитку досліджень над уставом і цими постановами.
Дякую вам. Щиро вам дякую, Владико, за цю коротку, але глобальну візію про ті канони і постанови і устави. То дуже потрібно, щоб ми ще продовжувати цю дискусію, щоб ми зрозуміли конкретні факти, як було, бо ніхто не дає такі канони, коли щось не сталося. І той показує щось про історичні факти. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this wonderful presentation and the historical value of looking at the canons and how they tell us about the life and the issues that St. Josaphat was facing. At this time now, we'll have our coffee break, and then we'll continue with our panelists after 11:05. So please join us in the hallway for coffee, and we return here at 11:05. Thank you. Thank you and welcome back. It gives me the great honor now to introduce Dr. Radosław Dobrowolski. He's at the University of Białystok at the Collegium Suprasalliense. A graduate of the university itself and the John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin and the Doctor of Humanities. In the year 2000, he founded the Collegium Suprasalliense, author of several books about Suprasal, and especially the Suprasal Basilian Monastery, initiator of many cultural and research projects regarding the history of the Uniates in the early modern time. His presentation entitled Spreading the Cult of St. Yosafata Kунцевича Through Polish Language Religious Publications from the 8th to the 20th centuries. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dobrowolski.
Polskojęzyczne druki dotyczące świętego Josafata Kунцевича można przyporządkować do 5 zasadniczych grup odpowiadających okresowi, w jakim one powstały, a także różniących się zasadniczo charakterem i akcentami ideowymi. Są to druki powstałe tuż po męczeńskiej śmierci, druki powstałe po beatyfikacji i tuż przed samą beatyfikacją w 1643 roku, druki powstałe w XVIII wieku, druki tuż przed i po kanonizacji dokonanej w 1867 roku i druki powstałe po 1905 roku i na progu niepodległości Polski i w latach 20. Dokonano tutaj wyboru chronologicznego publikacji na podstawie zasobu zdigitalizowanych druków Biblioteki Narodowej. Jest to taki portal znany w Polsce o nazwie Polona oraz na podstawie zbiorów własnych. I tutaj część tych zbiorów mam ze sobą, pokażę po tym wykładzie, przekażę Państwu te najważniejsze druki, Państwu pokażę. Pierwszym drukiem, który powstał w języku polskim, jest to kazanie o świątobliwym żywocie i chwalebnej śmierci przewiezionego w Bodze ojca Josafata Kунцевича. I to jest druk za wolą i rozkazaniem starszych z ruskiego języka na polski przełożone i w druk podane roku 1625, 17 stycznia. Tu wielokrotnie to kazanie było poruszane, omawiane. Kazanie Leona Kreuzy-Rzewuskiego, archimandryty wileńskiego, napisane przed samymi święceniami biskupimi na arcybiskupstwo smoleńskie. Kazanie jego nosi tytuł Sprawiedliwy ginie w sprawiedliwości swojej. Ukazuje arcybiskupa Josafata Kунцевича jako sprawiedliwego męża Bożego, wyznawcę, świadka wiary, obdarzonego wieloma cnotami. Na pierwszym miejscu uczniowie Josafata widzieli w nim człowieka Bożego, świętego, nie w samym męczeństwie, czego my jesteśmy świadkami oczywistymi z tej łaski Bożej, przez którą On stawał się przybytkiem Ducha Świętego. Wypływały jako ze źródła wszystkie insze cnoty. Koniec cytatu Leona Kreuzy. To jest karta tytułowa tego dzieła i autor też wiele gorzkich słów wylewa w tym właśnie kazaniu. Dziwuj się, korono polska i Wielkie Księstwo Litewskie, tak szkaradnemu, a nie słychanemu w ojczyźnie naszej morderstwu. I tu śmiele mogę rzec, chamów narodzie, dziwuj się okrucieństwu swojemu, jakoś śmiał na ojca, uczyciela i na pasterza swego rękę podnieść. Praca Kreuzy zawiera również prawdziwe oblicze świętego Jozafata, to prawdopodobnie portret arcybiskupi, jaki został stworzony jeszcze za jego życia. Kolejna praca powstała w języku polskim 6 lat po męczeństwie. Jest to też zbiór kazań, głos krwie błogosławionego Josafata Kuncewicza, archiepiskopa Polockiego, także błogosławionego Jana Sarkandra, męczennika morawskiego i obrazu brandsberskiego, przy tym o świętych obrazach, jako mają być szanowane kazania 4. Praca wydana w Krakowie. Autorem tej pracy jest ojciec Fabian Bierkowski, doktor teologii z zakonu kaznodziejskiego Dominika Świętego. Jak już mówiłem, to są 4 kazania. Głos krwie błogosławionego Josafata Kuncewicza, drugie kazanie, głos krwie błogosławionego Jana Sarkandra, męczennika morawskiego, trzecie kazanie, głos krwie obrazu brandsberskiego i 4 kazanie o świętych obrazach, jako mają być szanowane. Na wstępie autor, ojciec Bierkowski, pracę swoją dedykuje biskupowi wileńskiemu Eustachemu Wołowiczowi, herbu Bogoria. Dominikanin łączy wydarzenie związane z męczeństwem świętego Jozafata Kuncewicza z męczeństwem Jana Sarkandra, który zginął śmiercią męczeńską w 1620 roku, i profanacją z 9 lipca 1626 roku obrazu świętej Trójcy wiszącego na drzewie w Braniewie. I tu mamy Eustachego Wołowicza, biskupa. Mamy również ten właśnie krzyż z 3 otworami. Co ciekawe, w 1626 roku z tego obrazu, to jest typ ikonograficzny Tron Łaski, wypływała krew. I w całej Rzeczypospolitej mówiono o tym wydarzeniu jako o wydarzeniu cudownym, nadprzyrodzonym. Kolejna praca, która omawiała świętego Jozafata Kuncewicza już jako błogosławionego, jest to przetłumaczony na język polski indult Najświętszego Urbana VIII na odprawowanie mszej świętej i recytowanie oficjum o błogosławionym męczenniku Jozafacie. Praca wydana tuż po beatyfikacji i ten indult przetłumaczony na język polski miał informować szerokie grono czytelnika, który posługiwał się językiem polskim, o tym, że arcybiskup Polocki został ogłoszony błogosławionym w całym Kościele katolickim. Z kolei też w 1643 roku też mamy druk polski. Bazylianie z Wilna wydali księgę Cuda i dobrodziejstwa boskie, co przedniejsze, błogosławionego Jozafata Męczennika. O tej pracy wspomina pani profesor Maria Pidłypczak-Majerowicz w pracy o menologium bazyliańskim. Praca wydana pani profesor w Rzeszowie w 2018 roku. Niestety nie dotarłem do tej pracy, do zdigitalizowanej wersji tej księgi. Jak ktoś z Państwa by miał dostęp do tej pracy, to z chęcią skorzystam. Kolejny druk w języku polskim. Uzyskałem go, te właśnie kopię tego druku od pani Anny Maruczak z Narodowego Muzeum w Lwowie. Jest to wstęp po drodze do stołecznego Wielkiego Księstwa Litewskiego miasta Wilna powracającego z ucieczki przed nieprzyjacielem, błogosławionego męczennika Chrystusowego Josafata, arcybiskupa Polockiego, Witebskiego i Mścisławskiego. Autorem tej pracy, która została wydrukowana w Wilnie w drukarni ojców jezuitów w 1667 roku, był ojciec Cyprian Żochowski, późniejszy metropolita całej Rusi. I bazylianin Cyprian Żochowski opisuje powrót relikwii świętego. Ten powrót nastąpił w 1667 roku po pokoju andruszowskim, po pokoju z Moskwą, a przez 10 lat relikwie od 1657, a nawet i trochę wcześniej, były przetrzymywane w monasterze ojców bazylianów w Supraślu. Cyprian Żochowski pisze tak: rzućmy się wszyscy do wystawowania ołtarzów, kaplic, Arcus Triumphales, patronowi naszemu, pod którego hasłem Połoniecka Wiktoria otrzymana, pod hasłem cudownym błogosławionego męczennika Josafata. Tekst Żochowskiego jednoznacznie potwierdza, że ówczesny metropolita, jednocześnie opat archimandryta supraski Gabriel Kolenda, miał udział w ewakuacji relikwii świętego Kazimierza Królewicza, patrona Wielkiego Księstwa Litewskiego, razem z relikwiami błogosławionego Josafata Kuncewicza. Pisze tak: quid dabimus, co damy, meduxit et reduxit sanum. Prowadziłeś i odprowadzasz depozytum moje nienaruszone, a nie tylko mnie, ale i współmieszkańca mego niebieskiego, Kazimierza Świętego cudownie, Euxavis ze szwedzkich, kozackich, moskiewskich, wyrwawszy pożarów. Otworzyła się brama, wchodzi Pan Jezus, ażeby w ruinach leżące Jericho dźwignął, podniósł. Wchodzi dzisiaj Pan Jezus w cudownym, błogosławionym swoim Josafacie do stołecznego, szlachetnego miasta wileńskiego. Słowa Grzegorza Świętego znajdziecie tu w Josafacie, abrys żywy wyrażonego Piotra. Macie w nim usta Chrystusowe Pawła, albo raczej miasta waszego Chryzostoma. Macie Wawrzyńca, bo męczennika. W tej pracy święty Josafat Kuncewicz wielokrotnie nazywany jest jako bonus pastor, dobry pasterz, jest porównywany do imitator Christi, do tego, który naśladuje Chrystusa. Kolejna praca, też autorstwa Cypriana Żochowskiego, wydana 11 listopada w Krakowie w roku 1669, licząca 8 kart. I to jest kazanie, jest to dedykacja królowi Michałowi Korybutowi Wiśniowieckiemu przy jego obraniu na polski tron. W kazaniu Żochowski, doktor teologii, archimandryta leszczyński, składa królowi podziękowanie za ustanowienie na Sejmie elekcyjnym przez Michała Korybuta Wiśniowieckiego patronów swojego panowania w Polsce, to jest świętemu Michałowi Archaniołowi, błogosławionemu Stanisławowi Kostce i błogosławionemu Josafatowi, cytuję, jedności świętej obrońcę. Pochwala nowego monarchę Korybuta Wiśniowieckiego za obranie błogosławionego Josafata patronem Polski. I tu jest też bardzo ważne, że jakby od tego momentu w litanii do świętego czy błogosławionego Josafata Kuncewicza on jest nazywany patronem korony polskiej i Wielkiego Księstwa Litewskiego. To jest kartusz z herbem w tej pracy. I kolejna praca, która rozpowszechniała informacje o błogosławionym Josafacie Kuncewiczu, jest to praca jezuity Jana Alojzego Kuleszy, Wiara prawosławna, Pismem Świętym, soborami, ojcami świętymi, mianowicie greckimi i historią kościelną objaśniona od przyjętej unii Boga z człowiekiem roku 1704 w Wilnie w drukarni akademickiej Societatis Jezu wydrukowana. To jest praca, która została wypożyczona mnie przez panią Marię Przełomiec, za co bardzo dziękuję, pani redaktor. Praca jezuity Kuleszy, Wiara prawosławna, ona przedstawia zmagania jakby Kościoła i ludzi Kościoła o jedność świętą. I świętemu Josafatowi w tym działaniu na rzecz jedności poświęcony jest punkt 2 pracy pod tytułem Błogosławionego Josafata zamordowano na stronach 224-228. Kolejna praca wydrukowana w Wilnie w 1717 roku jest to kazanie o błogosławionym Josafacie, arcybiskupie połockim, męczenniku w cerkwi wileńskiej Trójcy Najświętszej Wielebnych Ojców Bazylianów przy walnej duchowieństwa procesji z katedralnego kościoła roku 1717 miane. Są to dwa kazania ojca Jerzego Barszcza, jezuity, i to jest przykład niezwykłej, wspaniałej sztuki oratorskiej tamtych czasów w języku polskim. To bogate w treści również świadectwa o świętości życia naszego męczennika jako naśladowcy Chrystusa, bonus pastor. Opisuje przymioty błogosławionego Josafata Kuncewicza, ukazuje w nim surowego ascetę i mistyka. To ważne świadectwo o naszym świętym. Kolejna praca w języku polskim to kazanie na uroczystość błogosławionego Josafata Kuncewicza, arcybiskupa połockiego, biskupa witebskiego, mścisławskiego, orszańskiego, muchelewskiego za jedność z Kościołem Rzymskim, męczennika miane w katedrze połockiej roku 1762 przez księdza Porfirego Warzyńskiego, zakonu świętego Bazylego Wielkiego, filozofii, na ten czas profesora. Kazanie jest dedykowane miejscowej szlachcie, też kuzynom tego autora tych kazań z rodziny Zenowiczów, wojskim województwa połockiego. Słów kilka na temat autora kazania. Skarbek Warzyński był biskupem chełmskim w latach 1790-1804. Był absolwentem również kolegium greckiego w Rzymie. Był ichumenem w Buczaczu, rektorem we Włodzimierzu, opatem w Żydyczynie. Był generałem bazylianów i był zaufanym Tadeusza Kościuszki. I Warzyński bardzo ważną stwierdza taką okoliczność historyczną, która ciągle się powtarza, to znaczy, że święty Josafat Kuncewicz był pewną ostoją, gwarantem zachowania jedności z Kościołem katolickim rzymskim. Ach, najmilszy nasz pasterzu Josafacie, na Tobie jedynym prawie cała wspiera się strapionej jedności świętej sprawa, na której wyniszczenie do szczętu uparte odszczepieństwo naciera. I dalej Warzyński też daje niestety świadectwo, mówię niestety, dlatego że jakby potwierdza, że w XVIII wieku, w drugiej połowie XVIII wieku kult świętego Jozafata nieco topniał. To miało związek z przeniesieniem relikwii do Białej Radziwiłłowskiej, wtedy Połock, jeszcze przed pierwszym rozbiorem Polski, Rzeczypospolitej. Tam już nie było relikwii i tam właśnie on stwierdza, że prawie wygasłe w sercach onych ku temuż męczennikowi upatruję nabożeństwo, że nie tylko we czwartki każdego tygodnie honorowi błogosławionego Jozafata w tej świątnicy poświęcone nikogo na nabożeństwie częstokroć nie widać, ale też w sam dzień rocznej uroczystości. Kto by się spodziewał, małą nader zebranych ludzi upatruję garstkę. Kolejna, może zanim omówię tą pracę, jeszcze jest w mojej prezentacji uzupełniona, jest jeszcze praca z 1771 roku Ignacego Kulczyńskiego, Menologium bazyliańskie, gdzie bazylianin Kulczyński poświęca rozdział świętemu Józefatowi pod tytułem Żywot błogosławionego Józefata Męczennika, arcybiskupa Polockiego. Natomiast tutaj mamy na slajdzie książkę z Supraśla z 1779 roku. Jest to nabożeństwo do świętego Józefata, męczennika arcybiskupa Polockiego, którego instrukcja bractwa od świętej stolicy apostolskiej odpustami nadanego pod fundatorską protekcją książęcia Hieronima Radziwiłła ordynata Ołeckiego, Nieświeskiego do cerkwi księży bazylianów bialskich odprawiła się. Praca wydana w drukarni ojców bazylianów w Supraślu w 1779 roku. Praca dedykowana Radziwiłłom, którzy propagowali w Białej Radziwiłłowskiej, obecnie Białej Podlaskiej na terenie Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej. Oni rozkręcali, propagowali kult świętego Josafata Kuncewicza, a że drukarnia supraska była najbliżej Białej Radziwiłłowskiej, to te modlitwy, godzinki do świętego Josafata Kuncewicza, litania do świętego Josafata Kuncewicza i pieśń były w tym druku w 1779 roku wydrukowane. Oczywiście książka była przeznaczona dla wiernych kościoła greko-unickiego i propagowano kult świętego Jozafata w języku polskim. Ale mamy też kolejną pracę, też związaną z ośrodkiem Radziwiłłów w Białej Radziwiłłowskiej, Białej Podlaskiej. Jest to praca z 1792 roku, Misja Bialska księży bazylianów. Jest to praca stworzona przez teologa, uczonego bazylianina, ojca Tymoteusza Szczurowskiego, przełożonego klasztorów Białej. I książka ta była odpowiedzią na wezwanie papieża Benedykta XIV, który bullą Pastoralis Regiminis z 1754 roku nawoływał do organizowania ludowych misji. Wśród wielu modlitw w tej książce opublikowano szereg też modlitw, są litanie, jest modlitwa, jest pieśń do świętego Jozafata Kuncewicza, ale też do wielu świętych tradycji wschodniej. Przechodzimy do wieku XIX i okazuje się, że również propagowano świętego Jozafata w drukach ulotnych. Jest to druk ulotny z 1861 roku. To jest tuż przed samą kanonizacją, która się zbliżała dużymi krokami. polski patriotyzm wtedy, odrodzenie narodowe bardzo mocno się wzmagało i wtedy jakby obrano błogosławionego Josafata Kunczewicza jako patrona zmagań z prawosławnym carem rosyjskim, z jego administracją i podawano, że święty Josafat Kunczewicz padł ofiarą, i tu cytuję, fanatycznych Moskali. Oczywiście wiemy, że jest to nieprawda, że Moskale nie uczestniczyli bezpośrednio w zamordowaniu błogosławionego Josafata Kunczewicza, ale tak to było po prostu przedstawiane, żeby rozgrzewać ducha narodowego Polaków. Kolejna praca, bardzo ciekawa, jest to książka powstała w archidiecezji poznańskiej, Grodzisk 1862, błogosławiony Josafat Kunczewicz Męczennik, i książeczka zawiera krótki zarys historii świętego Josafata, zawiera modlitwę do błogosławionego Josafata i ciekawe ustawy Rady Bractwa Błogosławionego Josafata na podstawie brewe Piusa IX z 10 listopada 1862 roku w sprawie powołania bractwa od błogosławionego Josafata Męczennika Polockiego, nazwanego, a mianowicie na celu jałmużnemi i modlitwami unieść pomoc Bułgarom powracającym do jedności z Kościołem katolickim, czyli wspieranie akcji stworzenia też Kościoła unickiego wśród prawosławnych z Bułgarii, którzy powracali do jedności z Rzymem. I to jest była inicjatywa arcybiskupstwa poznańskiego. I w tej książeczce był nawet taki druk, gdzie można było wpisać imię i nazwisko, żeby dołączyć do bractwa świętego Josafata i w ten sposób nieść pomoc Bułgarom. Kolejna praca w języku polskim Domicjana Mieczkowskiego, Żywot błogosławionego Josafata Kunczewicza, arcybiskupa Polockiego, obrządku rusko-unickiego, wydana w Krakowie w 1865 roku. Ma ta praca 90 stron, ma charakter historyczny. Jest to chyba najbardziej taka do tej pory, do 1865 roku, najbardziej bogata w treści praca o świętym Josafacie Kunczewiczu. I już na samym wstępie czytamy, że wdzięczność do świętego Josafata winni mieć Polacy, ich pobratyńcy Rusini oraz Litwini dla Stolicy Apostolskiej za przedsięwziętą w obecnej chwili kanonizacją błogosławionego Josafata Kunczewicza, uznanego przez zbratane ludy patrona Rusi i Litwy. Na końcu biografii podkreślającej międzynarodowy charakter kultu załączono w języku polskim szereg modlitw i pieśni do błogosławionego Josafata Kunczewicza. Kolejna praca fundamentalna dla pojednania polsko-ukraińskiego. Zresztą o tej pracy wspomniał wczoraj ojciec Jeronim Chrym. To jest książka ojca Hieronima Kajsiewicza ze Zgromadzenia Zmartwychwstania Pańskiego, tom 2, mowy przygodne, nekrologii, życiorys błogosławionego Andrzeja Boboli, wydana praca w Berlinie w 1870 roku. Ksiądz Hieronim Kajsiewicz był Polakiem, współzałożycielem zakonu zmartwychwstańców i jest sługą Bożym w Kościele katolickim. I co on ważnego pisze? On w tej pracy przede wszystkim opisuje życie świętego i męczeństwo świętego już wówczas Josafata Kunczewicza i odnosi się do spraw bieżących, do jego myślenie jest prorocze, idzie o kilkadziesiąt albo kilkaset nawet lat do przodu, mówiąc o pojednaniu polsko-ukraińskim. On pisze tak: darmo, bracia, mówię do Polaków, Rusini są i będą, Chodzi o to, aby ich mieć przyjaciółmi, tak jak są braćmi, że się późno wybrali z wybraniem sobie odrębnej narodowości, dziś, gdy ich silniejsze pochłaniane bywają przez wielkie aglomeraty rodowe albo rasowe, to prawda, że nie mają innego wyboru, jak żyć sprzymierzeni z nami, czyli Polakami, albo być zalani przez liczniejszą od nas obu połączonych Moskwą. Jak bardzo te słowa są istotne w obecnej dobie. I jeszcze ojciec Kajsiewicz też potwierdza, że święty Josafat Kuncewicz był patronem powstańców styczniowych 1863 roku, którzy w Polsce wznieśli powstanie przeciwko rosyjskiemu zaborcy. Kolejna praca to praca benedyktyna Alfonsa Gepę, praca, która została wydana w Lwowie w 1885 roku. Żywot świętego Josafata Kuncewicza, męczennika, arcybiskupa Polockiego, opowiedziany na tle historii Kościoła Ruskiego według dzieła ojca Alfonsa Gepę, benedyktyna Solesmes, z przedmową księdza Kalinki w księgarni Gubrynowicza w Lwowie. Ksiądz Kalinka skompilował z 2 tomów ojca Gepę. Oryginał został wydany we Francji w 1874 roku i ta praca wydana w Lwowie jest kompilacją pracy autora benedyktyna Gepę z 1874 roku. Jak widać, tutaj też podano inne wydania, przedruki w 1908 roku, też w 1907 roku. W polskim przekładzie ksiądz Walerian Kalinka, który skompilował tą pracę dla polskiego czytelnika, on podaje, że jest to praca bardzo ważna ojca Gepę, ponieważ jest bardzo wnikliwa i bazuje na nieznanych dotąd tekstach. I wszyscy kolejni autorzy również się powołują na ojca Gepę. I przechodząc dalej, kończąc pomału, ojciec Ignacy Kłopotowski, błogosławiony, który wydał też pracę Żywot świętego Josafata Kuncewicza, Lublin 1906 rok i też autor podaje, że korzystał z pracy ojca Gepę. Kolejna praca, Jan z Nadnarwi, to jeszcze czasy, kiedy nie można było w Królestwie Polskim pisać dowolnie, były zakazy, dlatego pod pseudonimem ojciec jezuita Jan Urban też wydał dla polskiego czytelnika pracę o świętym Josafacie Kuncewiczu. Podobna praca o charakterze popularyzatorskim księdza Franciszka Błotnickiego. Na tym, proszę Państwa, zakończę podsumowanie zostawię do opowiedzenia już w wersji drukowanej. Bardzo dziękuję.
Dziękuję bardzo, Dobrowolski. Дуже приємно. Я не сповідав, що так і скільки публікацій є, і ми чекаємо на публікації, щоб ми дивилися і зрозуміли так, як вони взяли його і інструментували його теж. Thank you so much, Dr. Dobrovolsky, for your contributions. We look forward, indeed, to learning more and seeing more about this, hopefully in our discussion as well. Now I'd like to invite our discussant, Dr. Laurent Tatarenko, whom we met yesterday, the director for the Center of French Culture and Francophone Studies at the University of Warsaw. Welcome, Dr. Tatarenko.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like, of course, to thank all of you for this 5 excellent presentation connected, as I understood, by the issue how, let's say, Yosafata Kунцевич was the initiator of a new discipline, but also a symbol of a new social representation, let's say, of the Ruthenian community. So we saw first Josaphat as a polemical writer, then Josaphat as a bishop regulating his clergy and of his eparchy, and then Josaphat also like the incarnation, we could say, of religious history of the Ruthenian communities through the hymnographic tradition, and finally also Josaphat Kунцевич as a federator of local religious tradition connected to the whole political community of the Poland-Lithuania. So maybe I will begin with some questions concerning your different papers, and I will begin with Natalia, who was the first speaker of this session, and she showed us a very interesting example, I think, of a text revealing the editorial process, this dialogue between Kунцевич and Rutsky. And I would like also to ask her, do we have some more information about other actors, and especially the relation between Kунцевич and the Mamonich house? Because we know that the Mamonich printing house was the main material supporter of the unit publishing strategies, let's say. And did Mamonich has a role himself in this print, not only in the printing process, but also in this editorial process? So I will start with this question, and maybe I will also continue with 2 questions concerning this disciplinary work of Kунцевич to Alicia Novak and to His Excellence Theodore Martiniuk. So for Alicia Novak, I would like to ask concerning the text you presented, where Yosafat defined himself as a bishop in wanting to define an ideal, let's say, role of the priest, how the priest was a model of education, of discipline, and so on. And I was also wondering about the place he attributed, or maybe he didn't, to the predication, and more generally to the homiletics and the homiletic tradition, having here in mind that it was also the time when we saw a very active work on commented evangels, or in Ruthenian, Учительные Евангелия, which was also which were printed in Lithuania, this old model, but we also had this new model in the southern territories of the Polish crown, and we see here differences, I think, between these 2 homiletic traditions. So do you think we could interpret it as separate, autonomous homiletic culture in Lithuania and in the crown concerning these 2 different parts of the Kievan Metropolitanate? And I will end here with my question to His Excellency Theodore Martiniuk concerning the sources of Kунцевич, because I was very interested by your reflection on his use of the Slavonic Kormcheya, his use of this text, as for a long time the general idea in the Byzantinology was to say that Byzantine canon law was just, let's say, at least in the West, an issue for erudition, but not really applied on the local use and without real practical use. So I was wondering if, considering this position of Kунцевич, who used it directly, as you showed us, we could also consider that the Union Church was a kind of continuator of Byzantine tradition, legal tradition, and in fact it was because of the tradition showed by the Union Church in Polish Lithuania, in difference of, for example, the Balkan practice or Greek practice, even if many Nemucanons was prepared in this time. Could we say that Ruthenian Church was a kind of translator of this Byzantine legal tradition to the actual times, in fact. And so because of this use, we continued to work and to use this Byzantine tradition. So please, I don't know who want to begin. Maybe with Natalia, if it was my first question.
Thank you, Laurent. I'm sorry. Yes, first of all, when I read in Susha's Vita about this mention about Josafat's Libellum books, a small book, I decided to check if the book might have been printed in the time of Josaphat, but unfortunately I couldn't find any traces of it. I think that there were not direct connection between Josaphat and Maimonides printing house because obviously the book was not going to be printed. As far as I noticed, there were several very important editorial remarks done by editor, I assume that's Rudzki himself, and the strong obedience of St. Josaphat that is obvious not only for his teaching to priester, but in his own writing, that he emphasized that I wrote this book because of the obedience to the elder, and I think this obedience didn't allow him to avoid to just to go directly to the publishing house. So, but thank you for reminding this important fact. Maybe somebody of you will find this will realize later that the book has been printed, and it would be the kind of revelation. But at the moment, I can tell you that the only one trace I found is this manuscript.
Thank you very much. So maybe we'll continue with Professor Novak. Maybe if you.
Maybe I can start with talking not about homiletics, but about the text in general. And the question needs probably more deep analysis of sermons and of texts. But what I've done, what I gave you today, is just overview. So it is we have the rough outlines and low branch fruits here. But I think we can observe, after my speech even, we can observe the transmission of the text between the Lithuanian and crowned part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And I think they were widely spread in Kievan Metropolitanate, as I tried to show it when I was talking about the teaching for Iraes and the Mohyland and other inspiration a little bit later. So we know that it were a very near, close contacts and very intensive contacts between the confraternity centers in Lviv and in Vilnius. They exchanged people, they also exchanged texts very intensively. It was a patristic collection, a sermon collections, grammas and other books. We know that, for example, in Lviv it was printed for the first time the manuscript work of the Synod of 1509. So also very important for the priesthood and to normalize the priesthood and the problem with priesthood. I think that when we are talking about the prints, there is no very great, we can't find the big differences, but probably the answer will be different if we can analyze manuscripts, maybe. And what about the homiletics? We know that in Zabudów was printed Uczytelne Ewangelie, but it was this traditional one, as it was called Kalixt. We know that it was not, but it is the name of the book. But in 1616 we have a step forward, so it was printed the version of Maleci Smotrycki. And then we have in 1619 Stawrowecki's Uczytelne Ewangelii Uczytelne, and this is another step forward because they are not traditional Uczytelne Ewangelie. They are planned. They are just like this. Uczytelne Ewangelie, which we know from manuscript version. So they developed the problem. They tried to be up to date, and first of all, and one was in Jewie. Smotrycki was published in Jewie, and Stawrowecki in Rachmanów was printed. But I think that this is the same situation. They were just planned as a defense of Orthodox Church, especially against the Protestant. We know that the Protestants, that the Orthodox people read Protestant Mikołaj Reis books, and this was the form of defense, the orthodoxy, and the offer to give something for Orthodox instead of Protestant homiletics. I don't know if I answered the question.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Maybe...
Пане Леро, якщо можна, українською або французькою.
Так, звичайно. Ну, українською, мені здається.
Ваше питання.
Перепрошую, так. Моє питання, чи можемо говорити о традиції практики, канонічної практики у руській церкві як головний чинник трансмісії візантійського права до часів, до новіших часів. Тому що, наприклад, є така традиція історіографічна, яка говорить до відходу візантійського права і на Балканах, і у Греції, на такий другий план, де воно було тільки вживано для дискусії ерудитів, але не було практиковано в судах і так далі. Чи та традиція руська є специфічною у тим разі, чи то можна говорити о такій трансмісії?
Дуже дякую. Я би не підкреслював якоїсь особливості у руській церкві. Дійсно, традиція святих канонів, вона відходила на другий план. І десь до середини 17 століття ще святі канони, сакрі канонес, вживалися як для регулювання адміністрації, як дисциплінарні норми. Тобто вони були ще для духовенства певним аргументом, певною пошаною. Однак вже таким переломним є Замойський собор 1720 року, який вже виразно, хоча має таке якби посилання на сакрі канонес, однак де-факто вони вже втрачають свою таку, так би мовити, силу.
Дуже дякую за відповідь.
It doesn't seem that there's a particularity of the Rus Church that is worth underlining in terms of the sacred canons at this time. Up until the 17th century, the sacri canones were still normative, and it's only after the Synod of Zamost in 1720 which cite the sacri canones, but at that point there's a change towards something of a local particularity of the Rus Church.
Thank you very much, Daniel. So maybe I will continue with a question for other speakers, and also I would like to thank, of course, Maria Tokarczuk for her very interesting, inspiring, let's say, presentation. Also to thank Daniel, who showed us a real application of this, this reflection. Let's say it was a great surprise for me, at least. I didn't know that it was planned in the conference. And I would like to ask you maybe a more general question, let's say, concerning the hymnography, because you showed us that Kuncevich was represented, his life was represented, was a kind of history told through this hymnography. But could we also say that one of the function of this hymnography was also, of this liturgical practice, was also a kind of metaphorical representation, not only of the Yosafat Kuncevich life himself, but also through his example of the whole Ruthenian community, let's say, of its suffering, of its historical past. So through this hymnographic tradition, it was also a kind of auto-legitimation of the Ruthenian community, who showed as an example of a sacred space and sacred history, which was specific to this territory and to these people, in fact.
Thank you. A very interesting question. I haven't really thought about that from this perspective. Yes, one could think. Yes, one could see it this way, because, as we know, of course, hymnography continued to be composed throughout centuries because new saints appeared, and this was not anything exceptional. But as Saint Yosafat was the first Uniate saint, and this was officially the first Uniate piece of hymnography written, or a full office developing during this time. Of course, one could see that as a reflection of something like of the larger community. Especially interesting, I find especially interesting these references to the historical wars going on, and the setting between. Or the reflections of where the Uniate community or the Ruthenian community locates itself between Muscovites and within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Confessional war, let's say.
Yes, and that was one of my questions I posed to the audience during my presentation about this definition of inoplemenni, that it can be, what do you see, for instance, Natalia, what would you see as what was it referencing? Because it's, did the Ruthenians consider themselves to be one plemia with Muscovites, or was it another way around?
No, I don't think so, especially if we talk about 17th century, definitely not. I'm not sure about the 18th century, but definitely Muscovites were considered to be another nation, people, yes? So they use this word natio in meaning, so actually nation, yes. In the term, of course, of early modern nation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for both of you. And maybe my last question would be for Dr. Dobrowolski. I thank you for your presentation. To będę mówił po polsku, może w takim razie to dobrze. To tak, to bardzo dziękuję jeszcze raz za prezentację i to zadam chyba trochę takie połączone pytanie z tym, o tych sprawach właśnie związanych z legitymacją samej wspólnoty Rusinów tych czasów i zastanawiam czy się właśnie możemy traktować teksty w języku polskim na temat Kuncewicza też jako wyraz, powiedzmy tak, konfesjonalizacji, o której mówiliśmy wczoraj, w ramach której różnice językowe i obrządkowe właśnie odchodzą na drugi plan, aby zostawić miejsce wspólnej katolickiej kulturze z jednej strony i też kulturze ukształtowanej przez wspólną świadomość kulturalną polsko-litewskich elit, po prostu w języku polskim i też oczywiście potem w wieku XIX już kultura odrodzenia jakby narodu polskiego, my też w zrozumieniu ogólnej starej Rzeczypospolitej, to znaczy naród polski plus inne narodowości, które były połączone w ramach starej Rzeczypospolitej.
Absolutnie, tak jak pan powiedział, elity cerkiewne Rzeczypospolitej od wieku XVII, a jeszcze bardziej wieku XVIII mówiły w języku polskim.
So I may be able to translate for those who don't
sorry,
understand
yes.
Polish. So the question was, could these prints that you mentioned by Professor be considered as a part of confessionalization and a sign of confessionalization? And of course, the answer is the answer is directly that, of course, the elites of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at those time were speaking in Polish, obviously.
I te elity cerkiewne Rzeczypospolitej w XVII wieku identyfikowały się z rusińskością. Oni mówili o sobie, że są Rusinami, natomiast jednocześnie mówili, że są obywatelami Rzeczypospolitej. I mówili w języku zrozumiałym dla wszystkich, pisali w tym języku, nie wyzbywając się swojej ruskiej etniczności.
They were considered themselves to be Rusynians and belonging to the Rusynian culture, but at the same time they were talking in Polish and they considered themselves to be citizens of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Już inaczej było w końcówce wieku XVIII, w drugiej połowie XVIII wieku. Kościół greko-unicki miał ogromne problemy z kadrami na episkopstwa i dlatego prowadzono szkoły i w tych szkołach, z tych szkół absolwenci stawali się bazylianami, a następnie wielu z nich dostępowało do godności biskupich, z tym, że w większości przypadków byli to łacinnicy, Polacy, którzy przyjmowali obrządek greko-unicki, wchodzili do zakonu bazylianów i był to sposób na rozwój zakonu bazylianów.
Completely different is the situation of the second half of the 18th century, or the end of the 18th century, when the Uniate Church felt this lack of appropriate people to be nominated for bishops, and there were a situation, multiple cases when Polish people, by ethnical Poles, took monastic vows in Basilian order and became uniates.
I te dwa nurty, nurt etniczny ruski z tym nurtem polskim się splatały, jak w jednym warkoczu.
And two streams, ethnical Rusynian and Polish, they were actually connected and were tangled with each other. Thank you.
Dlatego też łatwiej było pisać o świętym Josafacie Kunцевичу jako o naszym wspólnym świętym. To jest święty Kościoła ruskiego, ukraińskiego, święty Białorusinów. Jeszcze wtedy tak Białoruś to określano jako tylko region Połotczyzny i święty narodu polskiego, także jest naszym, i litewskiego, także jest naszym przez to, że bazylianie tak tą postać kreowali na osobę, która jest taką bardziej powszechną osobą dla rozwoju kultu chrześcijańskiego. Stąd właśnie ten nasz, dlatego też łatwiej było ten kult w tym nurcie powszechnym realizować.
Therefore, Kunцевич was treated and was shown as a common saint, the saint of Rusynians, the saint of Belarusians, and also the saints of Poles. It was really created, it was shown by the Basilian order as a common saint of all three nationalities.
I kiedy się te drogi narodowe zaczęły rozchodzić, to co pisał ksiądz Kajsiewicz, on apelował, żeby te drogi znowu się ze sobą schodziły. Na przykładzie właśnie hagiografii świętego Josafata Kuncewicza.
Moreover, the cult of Saint Josaphat was used to appeal to the common roots of when the three national movements started to compete with each other. Some authors appealed to the saint as an example of the unity of three ethnical groups.
To bardzo dziękuję za odpowiedź, and we'll go on with our discussion maybe, so I open the floor to the questions from the public.
My też możemy, tak? Postawię te pytania.
Oczywiście. Tak.
Ja moje pytanie do...
Христов.
Aha, dobra. Okay.
Будь ласка.
Я буду бесідувати, бо я русин, правоплатний русин, та як ви тут говорили. Вам дякую за то ваші слова. Що сте бесідували. Я ся просив скоріше, що наш народ русинський виходить з тої області, бом повів, як Лемковчина і мат тягання аж горі гу Йосафатові Кунцевичові. А ви красні сте то зобразили, що наш народ русинський є ідентичний, є хапляний. Тоді не був хапляний, тепер який би був вимазуваний, але тоді був ідентичний народ хапляний з остатніми народами в єдно. Takže jak polska, tak ukraińska, tak białoruska i litowska, no i nasza rusyńska kultura zahartala się w Josafata, де і ми прийшли подякувати йому до Рима за його красний дар, за його wszystko, що він про нас зробив, про цілий василянський чин. Василяни з різного боку світа і соєдинюються під одну голову папи. Красно дякую, що tu міг бути, а вам дякую за красне свідчення нас, русинів.
Дякуємо.
Comment was from as a Rusin, also encompassing the lands of the Lemko region. The summary is that our Rusin nation is united with other nations, Polish, Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Ruthenian, and thank you for highlighting this unity of all these cultures.
Thank you very much. We also had a question from Alicia Novak, so please. Yes.
Так, я маю питання до владики. Ви сказали про те, що ті переклади правил Кунцевича ми маємо на українській мові, але воно було зроблено з латинської мови, так, як розумію, і що вартує видати новий переклад, який буде здійснений з руської версії тих же правил. То я розумію, що є якісь різниці, так, між тими версіями, як би могли сказати, чи вони, якого типу це різниці?
Дякую, пані професор, за це питання. Якщо порівняти тексти рукописні у руській мові і навіть видання отця Дорожинського з 1911 року із латинським текстом, то є певні різниці. Проілюструю. Наприклад, в латинському тексті в одному із артикулів згадується про проповіді священників, які повинні виголошувати, пояснюючи святе Євангеліє. Натомість у руському тексті є конкретно вказано, що священники, вживаючи для проповідей Євангелія учительної і життя, можуть їх коментувати. Тобто, як такої проповіді в нашому розумінні сучасному не було. Священники користувалися Євангелієм учительним, і в руському тексті точно це вказано. Латинський текст не передає цього. Між самими текстами в руській мові є також певні різниці. І, наприклад, вживанні літер в тексті отця Дорожинського і в Мартинова у слові священник є буква священник. У рукописах Доброхотова священник. Тобто це вже такі філологічні дослідження, я думаю, було б надзвичайно цікаві. Відчитати скоропис, який нелегко є відчитувати, і здійснити такий вже критичне видання, враховуючи також, звичайно, латинський переклад, бо також в постановах в руському тексті є ці кари, які називаються винами у грошовій формі. Копа, грошова форма копа, це 75 грош, відповідно, польських і, здається, 60 литовських. Так? Натомість в латинському перекладі вживається скудо, золоті скуди. І Мирослав Марусин так і перекладав на українську мову два золотих скуди. Тобто ось ці різниці вартувало би вже уточнити, і думаю, для майбутніх дослідників це би був дуже добрий проект здійснення критичного видання цих текстів.
So the question was about the translations of Kuncevich's rules and a comparison of the Latin and the Slavonic Ruthenian text, and what are the differences. So if one compares the 1911 edition of the Slavonic text by Father Dorozhinsky with the Latin, there are several textual differences. For example, the Latin text mentions the sermons that the priests could deliver that would be about the gospel, whereas the Slavonic text talks about the gospel, the Евангелие учительное, and the lives of the saints that could be used to for the inspiration of the homily, not exactly in the sense that we imagine a homily today, perhaps. Also, on the philological level, there are differences in orthography. For example, if one compares the Dorozhinsky and Martinov texts, there's sveshchennik or svyashchennik, and so if one is able to read the tachygraphy and do a philological study, then there would be many differences that would reveal themselves in a critical edition. Likewise, in the postanove, the statutes for the clergy, when one talks about financial penalties, there's a different terminology between the Slavonic text and the Latin text. In the Slavonic text, there's the use of the terminology, for example, a penalty of 75 kopa, which is a Lithuanian currency, versus the Latin term scudo, which Miroslav Marusin used the Latin term when translating into Ukrainian. He would simply write in Ukrainian skudi. So a detailed philological study would definitely reveal some interesting perspectives for future research.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think we have some questions here, maybe.
Thank you very much for all these fascinating papers. My question goes to the function or the connection between saints and group building again, and the building of group identities. So I think we've got some different dimensions here on the play. And the first is the confessional, of course, but there's also an ethnical one with the Ruthenians and a national one. And I think there's also another dimension, and this is the group identity of the religious orders. And as far as I know, the veneration of the Blessed Josaphat is limited to the Basilian order. But now I learned a lot about authors coming from the Jesuit order and the Dominican order, thank you, writing hagiographic texts about Josaphat. And I would like to learn more about these religious order competition or cooperation. What would you say that in comparison to the national and confessional boundaries?
Thank you very much. I think this is a question for many of you, maybe Natalia or maybe the who. Jakie to miało znaczenie właśnie w innych też zakonach, powiedzmy.
Dziękuję pani profesor za pytanie. Rzeczywiście i jezuici, i dominikanie, czy zakon kaznodziejski interesowali się błogosławionym Josafatem Kuncewiczem.
Both Dominicans and Jesuits were interested in the figure of Saint Josaphat.
Zwłaszcza jezuici w XIX wieku. Miało to związek i jednocześnie w jednym nurcie z odrodzeniem się narodowości polskiej i tworzeniem nowej, odnowionej narracji historycznej. Z drugiej strony wiązało się to z działalnością jezuitów poprzez tworzenie neo-unii na terenach dawnej Rzeczypospolitej.
In particular, the interest to Josaphat from the side of Jesuit order could be explained by two important factors. First of all, it's renaissance of national identity and actually creating of national identity in the 19th century. And the second, it's the creation of new union with this idea Jesuits were dealing at that time.
Po drugie, zainteresowanie świętym Josafatem jako jeszcze błogosławionym na początku szerzenia kultu miało związek przede wszystkim z uwidocznieniem kwestii jedności Kościoła. Jozafat święty poniósł męczeńską śmierć za Piotra, za pontyfika rzymskiego, za świętą jedność i to był też wspaniały przykład dla łacinników, dla Kościoła rzymskokatolickiego. Jest takim pomnikiem, Jozafat stał się pomnikiem też dla łacinników jedności, że za jedność Kościoła Świętego, tak jak w pierwszych wiekach chrześcijaństwa do edyktu mediolańskiego, tak i w późniejszym okresie, że ta przelana krew ma swoją po prostu cenę, ma swoją wartość. I święty Jozafat jest pomnikiem jedności Kościoła. O tym się zapomina. Często się podaje kwestie narodowe, przypisuje się go do konkretnego narodu czy kilku narodów, a Jozafat jest pomnikiem powszechnym Chrystusowego Kościoła.
Also, there are several attempts to connect Saint Josaphat with particular ethnical group or particular ethnical national identity. The main professor wants to emphasize that the main idea of his cult at the very beginning is a saint of unity and martyr for unity. That was also example for both Uniats and also for Roman Catholics at the time.
Thank you very much. And reflecting about what you have said, I think it would be also interesting, I don't know if it was already done, to see what is the place of the cult of Yosafata Kунцевича in other Eastern Catholic churches, for example, from Arabic languages, in the Balkans churches. Maybe they also use, of course not as their main saint, but maybe this cult has also his place in other Eastern Catholic churches. So, other question also? Or maybe yes, or maybe if we...
Thank you. I would like to ask a few questions. The first one is about text o falšovaniu písm slavianských. Exactly how we know that the attribution of to Josaphat, this text, is accurate. That's his text. Are there any doubts about it? And the second, why it wasn't be translated to Latin language with another's, his works, and how it was taken in account in process of beatification, especially in the first phases of the process. Thank you. Another pass or?
Should I answer now? Or? First of all, very important, thank you for those both questions, very important questions about attribution. Yes, I'm a historian, and as you know, I am very skeptical and very critical, and looking for proofs. I was trying to compare this handwriting with the signatures of Josaphat that are published by Leonid Timoshenko, for example. And also, I can really approve that this text belongs to Saint Josaphat, as far as I can compare both writings. And I think there were no sense to false the authorship of this uncompleted text, and as I told, it's a kind of draft. It's not completed version of the treatise. That's why there were no sense to just make something for canonization and to attribute falsely this uncompleted text to Saint Josaphat. That it made no sense at the time. And why it was not translated into Latin? First of all, because of the draftness of the text, as I mentioned, and also the purpose of the text. It was directed really to Ruthenian reader, because the main idea was to show that Orthodox side are falsifying texts of Ruthenian tradition, and in fact, Ruthenian tradition is closer to Rome than to Constantinople. It's like very, very briefly and very simply talking. And also, there were several theological mistakes in the text, as I mentioned. The main idea of Kунцевич in the field of historiography and in the field of polemics about this sources of Ruthenian tradition were used later by Leon Krevza. As I mentioned, Krevza prepared, in fact, the book of the same title, the defense, Obrona Jedności Kościelnej, the defense of church union, where he had used plenty of ideas of Saint Josaphat and just developing them further or giving more examples. But we can see Josaphat as a really pioneer, as a first who tried to implement these examples from Ruthenian history and to put it in this polemical context between Orthodox and Uniate parties.
Thank you. My next question is about document Nauka Kniazom, the second manuscript. No manuscript printed book. What about authorship of Josaphat of this text? There was some serious doubts few years ago was published an article of Slovak author Šimon Marinčák about the liturgical reform of Josaphat Kунцевич, and he, according this article, this printed version was a collective works with in which isn't sure that Josaphat participate on it, on preparation. And my final question is about rules and constitutions, especially how it was applicated, how the rules go into effect. Have we any secondary sources about realization of force of the rules? Thank you.
So please. Alicia, please.
I must confess that I didn't know the Szymon Marynczak work, and I didn't investigate the problem of authority. Sorry. I didn't know the book of the author, and I didn't investigate the problem of authorship of this teaching for clergy. I just took it as the book made in prepared in cooperation of Żywuski and Kunцевич. But thank you for your question, because I learned something. I have to read it.
Thank you very much. Maybe.
Дякую за запитання. Дуже важко є дізнатися про те, яким чином ці устави святого Йосафата аплікувалися на практиці, тому що це був дуже короткий час. Якщо він став архиєпископом діючим у 1618 році, і коли ми знаємо вже, що ті річні собори, а згодом вони переросли в помісні собори в Полоцьку, Вітебську і Мстиславлі, то був дуже короткий час, щоб могти сказати, наскільки ці артикули використовувалися священниками. Не було друкованого варіанту уставів, натомість згідно первісної традиції чи первісної редакції уставу святий Йосафат наказував священникам їх переписати, але згодом виглядає, що це не було ефективним. Він тоді є артикул, який присвячений протопресвітерам, і він їх зобов'язує, щоб спочатку вони собі переписали і їх мали, а потім, щоб подбали про те, щоб кожен священник собі їх переписав. Тобто, виглядає, що, так би мовити, це святий Йосафат запустив цю реформу, ось, і 1623 рік його смерті. І було би дуже цікаво визначити, скільки збереглося переписаних копій цього уставу. Поки що ми маємо їх дуже мало. Ми не можемо визначити, наскільки вони були знані у Полоцькій архієпархії, тим духовенством, якщо ще рахувати, що вона була дуже розлога, і ці річні собори, власне, і проблема була, що священники не могли з'їхатися через погодні умови. Ось. Тому дуже важко це визначити, наскільки реально на практиці це було зреалізовано після 1623 року.
Дякуємо за відповідь.
So, it's difficult to know exactly how they were received because we're dealing with a very short period of time between 1618, when Josaphat becomes archbishop, and his death in 1623. There were annual sobors over the course of a short period of time, but we do not know how these articles were used by the priest. In the first version, Josaphat ordered the priest should copy the text, and then later there are articles dedicated to the proto-presbyters who were to encourage their priests to take them and copy them. So in a way, St. Josaphat initiated a reform, but then with his death in 1623, it was not able to continue under his guidance. So it would be interesting to know how many copies survived, because we have very few today. We do not know how they were used in Polotsk, and with these annual sobors, travel due to weather conditions was quite difficult. So there's a lot that remains unknown, but remains to be researched.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Dr. Dobrovolsky, in English, if I may. In the 19th century publications that you listed, there were obituaries, necrologues for Kунцевич and also Andrzej Bobola. and both of them are very controversial figures, and both are also politicized and patrons of nations. Have you compared how they are depicted? What is their relationship?
Tak, już. Okay. Zwłaszcza w wieku już XX były prace, które i w XIX, w końcu XIX wieku, prace, gdzie dla polskiego czytelnika łączono tych dwóch świętych, świętego Bobola i świętego Josafata Kунцевича.
Exactly. There were several prints of the end of 19th, the beginning of 20th century, where both cults, where both figures were combined. Saint Andrzej Bobola and Saint Josaphat.
Przyczyna była oczywista i święty jezuita Bobola zginął śmiercią męczeńską za szerzenie unii z Kościołem Rzymskim i został zamordowany brutalnie. Chyba nie ma takiego świętego, z którego by tak obdzierano skórę i tak męczono, jak Andrzeja Bobole.
And the reason of this combination is obvious. Saint Andrzej Bobola was also martyred for union in a very, very cruel way.
Święty Josafat Kунцевич, jako też, który poniósł śmierć, nie może przez kozaków, ale przez mieszczan witebskich, też w obronie Unii. Dlatego też te postacie były łączone.
The same Saint Josaphat was also martyred because of the union, and that is the main reason why both personalities were combined in prints.
Oczywiście są autorzy tacy, którzy łączyli te hagiografie w sposób rozumny i obiektywny.
There were several authors who did it very reasonably and with strong argumentation.
Natomiast w pracach, które nie zawierają kościelnego imprimatur, jest już zupełnie inaczej.
On the contrary, the prints who were not validated by church, the reason is not so obvious.
Kiedy wybuchła w 1920 roku wojna polsko-ukraińsko-bolszewicka, wówczas powstała jedna taka praca.
For example, one of such works appeared in 1920 when the Polish-Ukrainian communist war started.
Wtedy w maju 1920 roku powstał rząd Izaaka Mazepy. Kijów został przez wspólne wojska polsko-ukraińskie podbity i w tym samym mniej więcej czasie Zofia Findeisen napisała książkę.
The author is Zofia Findeisen, and her book appeared at the same time when Kiev was defeated by Polish army.
Ta książka ma tytuł Święty Josafat Kунцевич i Andrzej Bobola, apostołowie ziem kresowych.
The title of the book was Święty Josaphat and Saint Josaphat and Saint Andrzej Bobola as the apostles of the margins. So he has used this kresy, and for those who don't know Polish, it means like very strong colonial approach.
Co ciekawe, Zofia Findeisen była ewangeliczką augsburską, a swoją pracę podpisała polskim imieniem i nazwiskiem, pseudonimem Wanda Bielska.
Noteworthy, the author was a Lutheran by confession, but she decided to use Polonized name for the title of the book.
jest wyjątkowo zideologizowana ta praca, jest bardzo antyrosyjska, jest bardzo antyprawosławna, jest pozbawiona najmniejszej refleksji naukowej.
That work is ideolized to the great extent. It traced strong anti-Russian, anti-Orthodox spirit, and
kipi aż w niej nacjonalizm taki polski, ale zupełne niezrozumienie, bo jak zagrzewać do walki z bolszewikami, kiedy na przykład ziemie ukraińskie nazywa ona kresami.
nationalistic feeling are very obvious in that work, but that is the work is lacking any scholarly approach, and actually even the Ukrainian lands are called Kresy, as I mentioned.
Czyli to jest jakby antyprzykład szerzenia tego kultu, ale nie kultu świętego, tylko zupełnie w krzywym zwierciadle przedstawiano jednocześnie i Josafata Kunцевича i Andrzeja Bobole.
It's a very bad example of usage of cult of both saints for a very bad purpose.
Дякую. Я до владики Теодора. Може таке не питання, але така заувага, що дійсно треба зайнятися тими перекладами з оригінальної руської мови тих правил, і тому що вони можуть бути таким дуже цінним матеріалом в якійсь мірі до вивчення історії нашої церкви. Говоримо, часто ми чули про те, що про передунійний стан нашої церкви, про кризу, але то так в таких загальних рисах ця криза описувалася в тому листі до папи Климента VIII, наших владик Іпатія Потія, Михайла Рагоза, про це пишеться. Потім є такий плач Костянтина Острозького про той, в якому стані знаходилася Русь в той час. Але от отець доктор Марк дуже гарно сказав, що ті правила, вони не мають такого характеру спекулятивного такого чи теоретичного, що вони беруться з життя, з конкретних таких ситуацій. І є таке 8, здається, якщо я не помиляюся, 8 правило для священників, де священники мають навчати народ на службі Божій кожної неділі, здається, чи кожного свята, як правильно перехреститися, молитви «Отче наш», «Богородице Діво», вірою. Те, що ми вчимо зараз дітей до першої сповіді і урочистого святого причастя, що це, власне, показує стан кризи, рівень тої духовної кризи нашої церкви перед унією, нашого народу, що треба було навіть людей в церкві вже вчити таких азів духовного життя чи релігійного життя. Дякую.
Дякую, отче. Так, дійсно, святий Йосафат будував ці свої устави на основі таких певних принципів священичого життя, і для нього такими стовпами, власне, було служіння божественної літургії, духовне життя кожного священника, особисте його свідчення, а також катехетичне навчання народу. І, власне, у цьому 8 артикулі є припис, що кожного свята у храмі після святої літургії. Тобто такі катехетичні науки священник повинен був говорити кожного свята. І ті свята були приписані, значить, коли священник був зобов'язаний служити божественну літургію. І ось ви згадали, бо дуже цікавим є цей момент, і питання також вчора було про таку молитовну традицію Ісусової молитви. Дійсно, святий Йосафат, і це є також в кожному рукописі руською мовою, знак Святого Христа, коли священники навчають вірних, повинен був супроводжуватися не словами в ім'я Отця і Сина і Святого Духа, а словами Ісусової молитви, і він вживає формулу таку спільнотову, не особисту, а спільнотову. Господи Ісусе Христе, Сину Божий, помилуй нас грішних. Ось, дякую.
The question was about the state of the church in Rus before the union, because the aspect of the crisis has been emphasized very often, and in some of the rules of St. Josaphat, the content is very basic, teaching things that today children would learn for catechism in preparation for confession. So the answer was that indeed St. Josaphat based a lot of his teaching, the pillars of his teaching were connected to the divine liturgy, and this form of the sign of the cross was taught also, and the Jesus prayer was preferred, as mentioned yesterday, with a communal plural form, so that needed to be taught to the priests.
Thank you very much. Maybe you have some last questions, please.
I have a very short one to Professor
Yes, please, please.
Dobrovolsky. Thank you. I remember, and I would like to be back to this question, St. Josaphat as national, of course, in italics cult, because I remember this opposition in one of the prints, I think it was in 17th century, Русь mnie urodziła, lecz Litwa wychowała. So in Rus I was born, in Rusinia, obviously he was born in Volhynia, in Volodymyr-Volynsk, but Lithuania, that is mean Belarusian lands, educated me. And I noted this opposition. Do you see some traces of that opposition? Because it's very interesting in the terms, it's very difficult to distinguish proto-Ukrainian and proto-Belarusian national identities. And here it could be a strong demarcation line. Gdzie jest ta granica pomiędzy, i że ta opozycja jest spotykana już w drukach XVII-wiecznych, że Ruś mnie urodziła, a Litwa wychowała.
No to w badaniach polskich i nie tylko polskich naukowców jest takie określenie gene lituanus natione polonus albo gene rutenus natione polonus. Rzeczywiście w XVII wieku ta granica była, właściwie tej granicy nie było, bo było wspólne państwo, była Rzeczypospolita. Było Wielkie Księstwo Litewskie. Część związana z Wilnem, z Wielkim Księstwem Litewskim była bardziej wolnościowa, bardziej liberalna. Tam dokonywano wyborów tych etnicznych, narodowościowych bardziej z własnego wyboru, bo to była część autonomiczna. Natomiast tereny dzisiejszej Ukrainy były w większości, ten obszar był inkorporowany do korony polskiej. I tam już zupełnie inne prawo było, inne stosunki. Wielkie Księstwo Litewskie było takim proto-Stanami Zjednoczonymi Europy. Tak też niektórzy to oceniają, bo składało się z wielu narodów, wielu etnosów, wielu konfesji i było takim poligonem doświadczalnych wszystkich tych procesów, które potem miały miejsce w późniejszym okresie i nawet integracja europejska, czy też model Stanów Zjednoczonych, to jakoś nam przypomina te wewnętrzne stosunki polityczne, system prawny, który był w dawnej Rzeczypospolitej. Także trudno znaleźć tą granicę. Nawet jeśli chodzi o herb róża, mówi się, że święty Josafat Kuncewicz pieczętował się herbem róża. W XVIII wieku również niektórzy pisarze o tym herbie też mówią, że miał swój herb, że należał nawet do szlachty. Oczywiście pewnie ruskiej szlachty, a może litewskiej szlachty. Badań genealogicznych nikt nie prowadził, bo po prostu nie ma źródeł. Być może tutaj badania genetyczne by coś nam podpowiedziały. Ja tylko mogę Państwu powiedzieć, że badania genetyczne Białorusinów, czy też w dużej części Ukraińców potwierdzają, że jesteśmy bardzo mocno zmieszani genetycznie. Tyle samo w nas jest Rusina, Ukraińca, co Litwina i też w dużej części, w jakiejś części też Polaka, zachodniego Słowianina. I tak jak genetycznie jesteśmy skomplikowani, tak samo jesteśmy skomplikowani narodowościowo. I dopiero brak Rzeczypospolitej, wspólnego tego państwa spowodował, że te drogi zaczęły się nam rozchodzić, zaczęły nam się emancypować etnosy, zaczęły powstawać jakby odrębności, czyli można powiedzieć taki naturalny proces, a ten nasz święty jest też tego przykładem tych początków naszych jakby wspólnych, skomplikowanych korzeni.
So actually, Professor emphasized that there are a strong difference between the Ukrainian lands that were part of Corona, that were part of Polish Crown, and the lands of Belarusian lands that were part of the Great Duchy Lithuania. And later he see the Great Duchy Lithuania as a very liberal and very proto-democratic, even democratic state. And but as far as I understood, Saint Josaphat is really a sign of the community. At the same time, so here Doctor really strongly emphasizes common past of Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Poles. And despite of this national revelation, emancipation of nation in the 19th century, the Josaphat was really the common saint.
Jeszcze tylko dodam jedną rzecz, proszę Państwa. Święty Kazimierz Królewicz, czy był Polakiem, tak z genetycznym Polakiem? Był Litwinem, był z rodu Jagiellonów, a jest uważany również za świętego polskiego, za patrona, jednego z patronów Polski. A święty Wojciech, który uczestniczył w ewangelizacji Polski, główny patron Polski, przecież też nie był Polakiem, a jest traktowany jako patron Polski. Czyli dotykamy tutaj tak naprawdę sprawy o wiele szerszej niż jeden etnos, jeden naród.
So ethnicity of saints didn't matter at the time because, for example, there are some different other examples. Saint Kazimierz, who was a Lithuanian, or Saint Wojciech, who was a Czech. Yeah.
Święty Wojciech,
Saint Wojciech, yes, who was also not a Pole by ethnicity, but nevertheless they are considered to be patrons of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Тоді щиро вам дякую всім, і нехай конгратулуємо наші відповідачі.
Дякуємо.
So we have lunch now for the speakers. We'll meet out front and we'll go to the restaurant. We will return here at 2:30. Будемо тут дорогі 30 і надіємо, що ви всіх повернулися.
Yeah, they used to do some. Oh, is it yours?
No, this is still eating from here.
Yeah. It's true. Monks, right? Okay, you can. Or maybe. Or here. Well, I can generally. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dear colleagues, we continue our conference. We have now the last panel, session 4, in which 3 our researchers will take floor. And first I announce Dr. Patryk Ryczkowski from the University of Innsbruck. He works at the Institute for Classics and Neo-Latin Studies. His last book is Das mittelalterliche Pillionsstudien zur Kleinform der epischen Dichtung im Mittelalter, published in Bern in Peter Lang Verlag in 2021, and his paper today is Novus Sol, the cult of Yosafata Kунцевича between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Rome in Latin hagiographical sources of the 17th century. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Can we just, okay. Okay, the presentation is already working. Okay, so the canonical investigation towards the recognition of Josaphat's sanctity reached its climax with an indult In Sede Principis Apostolorum issued by Pope Urban VIII on 16th of May 1643. It formulated, on the one hand, the permission to venerate Josaphat publicly within the Basilian order and by all Catholics in Ruthenia. On the other hand, it expressed the intention to have him canonized so that his cult could be exercised in all church. This was achieved as late as 1867. However, already in the centuries before the canonization, Josaphat was introduced to the Roman public far away from Ruthenia. Apart from a few sources directed at the church officials to support his saint-making, which I am not going to talk about today, the audience in Rome was made familiar with Josaphat's profile shortly after the beatification. On 1st of November 1643, Antonio Gherardi, a participant of Josaphat's canonical investigation, dedicated Sommaria Relatione, a short vita in Italian based on the investigation materials, to Antonio Barberini, cardinal involved in Josaphat's process as well. Similarly, on the occasion of the anniversary of Josaphat's martyrdom in 1644, Filip Borowski offered a breve racconto to Jan Zamoyski called Sobie Pan, a young nobleman from the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth who had just started his educational trip in Italy. Because of its concise content, the racconto suggests to consult Gherardi's work for more details. Moreover, it mentions papal election of Innocent X, which took place on 15th of September 1644. Previously known as Cardinal Pamphili, the new pope was involved in Josaphat's canonical investigation, which the author does not remain silent about, and in 1634 he became the protector of the Basilian order. Borowski himself was a Basilian from Lithuania, working in Rome in the College of St. Sergius and Bacchus, recently entrusted to the Basilians, which is exactly the place specified in the dedication of his work. Apparently, it was the center of dissemination of Josaphat's cult outside of the Commonwealth. A couple of visiting scholars and priests from outside the Basilian background, yet connected to Lithuania and Ruthenia, held there public orations in honor of Josaphat. I have found 3 such speeches published between 1649 and 1652, which means that they are a decade earlier than the main dissemination work, Cursus Vitae, by Jakub Jan Susza, which came out in Rome in 1665 to bring Josaphat canonization forward. Today, I would like to discuss with you shortly the first of these speeches. Just 4 years after Borowski's work, on 12th of November 1648, Kazimierz Jan Wojnarowicz delivered in the church of Sergius and Bacchus a festive oration to commemorate Josaphat's martyr death. His Novus Sol in Celo Basiliano was shortly thereafter, in 1649, put into print in Rome and subsequently in Krakow. Wojnarowicz, a Catholic priest, is well known to be the guardian of Aleksander Janusz Zasławski, a young descendant of the Ostrogowski family who undertook an educational trip in Europe between 1667 and 1669. For his part, Wojnarowicz used this peregrination to develop his network, to visit many churches and cloisters, to acquire new books, and not least to produce and to publish abroad quite a lot of sermons, which he, however, had been writing also prior to his guardian duties. Conversely to the time of the peregrination, which is documented, among others, in a handwritten report, Wojnarowicz's previous years are not quite known, and thus they might be reconstructed just generally from his output. His literary activity commences with the studies at the Academy in Vilnius, which he completed in 1642 with doctorate in philosophy. It is claimed that shortly thereafter he went to Rome to continue his studies, but this seems to be a bit of overstatement, as the earliest trace of his stay in Italy, so the enrollment at the university in Padua, dates to 1647. Up to this time, he published several works in Vilnius, Warsaw, and in Krakow. Apparently, he left for Italy after he had put into print a funeral sermon which he held in Krakow on 2nd of July, 1647. In 1648, he gave a public oration on the occasion of festivity arranged for Władysław IV Vasa, the late King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, who passed away on 20th of May. The work was published as consolation for his brothers. On 12th of November, the oration on Josaphat followed, and it was printed a year later, in the next year. In the same year, so in 1649, both Roman works were reissued in Krakow, apparently marking Wojnarowicz's return to the Commonwealth. Up to the time of the peregrination, he published exclusively with the local printers. The Roman works see Wojnarowicz in the position of the king's secretary, the title which appears for the first time already in the Vilnius print on 1645. Conversely, the title of an apostolic protonotary features exclusively the Roman works which call him, in addition, Doctor of Theology and both loves. And as such, he is also known in his later works. His last piece dates to 1677 and reveals his new position, the Secretary of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Wojnarowicz's oration on Josaphat is a perfect example of the Baroque stylistic, or something which we describe as Baroque stylistic, based on rhetoric devices. Given already the title, it draws on the solar metaphor. The concept is explained at the beginning of the dedicatory address to Pope Innocent X. So at the outset, and I paraphrase now the Latin quote which you have on the slide. At the outset of the year, a new sun is rising, and it is fitting that the new day lights up with a new morning star. The following paraphrase reveals who exactly is to be understood as Novus Sol, the one who gained a new life from the bees of the Barberini family, and to the predecessor of the addressee, so obviously to the Urban VIII, who proclaimed Josaphat's sanctity, and thus led him to be reborn to enjoy veneration in the church, or rather, in the words of the preface, in the world thriving on peace. Next, the reference to peace is justified in a topical way as an expected outcome of Innocent's papacy deduced from the coat of arms of his family, a dove with an olive branch in a bill. In this way, Wojnarowicz indicates two main topics of his elaboration for Josafat's praise. Peace subordinate to the sun shining high in the sky. But why did he decide to focus on solar metaphor? Or, in other words, was there any particular reason to entangle Josafat into solar metaphor? I would like to offer you now some possible answers. First, solar metaphor is exploited in Josafat's early hagiographical dossier, which had impact on Wojnarowicz's oration and in addition on his Polish sermon devoted to Josafat as well. Krwawa Chrystusowa Winnica, so the bloody vineyard of Christ, published in Krakow in 1647, so before Wojnarowicz's first travel to Rome, was previously delivered on 12th of November 1646, that is, exactly 2 years before Novus Sol, on the very same occasion, so anniversary of Josafat's martyrdom. The print is dedicated to Antoni Sielawa, a fellow and successor of Kuncewicz on the seat in Polotsk, currently the Uniate Metropolitan of Ruthenia. The title motif of Bloody Vineyard is explained to apply to Josafat's death suffered from the supporter of the schism. Furthermore, the printed version is claimed to have been commissioned by the Basilians from Żyrowice, who apparently were attracted by its high values that promised them a potential to disseminate Josafat's figure. In the last century, however, Streicher stigmatized this work as an epigonic narrative shaped after the sermon of Fabian Birkowski, so Głos Krwi, full of macaronism, deprived of any deep thought and full of empty rhetoric instead. As much as Streicher is to be valued for his bibliographic compendium, neither his opinion nor a direct dependence on Birkowski can be confirmed. Indeed, Wojnarowicz's oration shows the capacities of rhetoric, there is no argument here, but it results in nothing but a powerful image of the martyrdom based on biblical exegesis, theological concepts, and hagiographic patterns. The issue with Streicher's opinion seems in fact to be a somewhat simplistic understanding of hagiography, which is expected to be an account of the life and miracles brought about the protagonists, so the source of the facts. Even if at the basic level it sure is such an account, so such a source of the facts, early modern hagiography was in the first place a complex narrative following intellectual patterns of the period. This means the value of hagiography consists not only in factual report, but even more in intellectual background. But let's go back to Wojnarowicz's speech itself. The motto of Krwawa Chrystusowa Winnica is derived from the book of Ezekiel. And I quote in my English poor translation. Your mother was like a vine in your vineyard, planted by the water. It was fruitful and full of branches because of abundant water, and its branches were strong, fit for a ruler's scepter. Quote ends. As the speaker elaborates, the mother stands for Christ. The fruits and the branches are various figures of the church, including the saints or martyrs, who were construed as an extension of Christ. And so, in hagiographic terms, especially in the post-Tridentine times, they turn into the imitator of Christ. One of them is obviously Josaphat, introduced as the antithesis of Abraham, who was willing to sacrifice his son for God's will. Thereafter, the sermon follows the biblical and the theological discussion parallel to Josaphat's hagiographic legend, reduced to the main points in his life. So joining the Basilians, career in the order and in the church, ordination as bishop, and martyrdom. On the eve of his death, Josaphat is said, as his custom was, to wear a sackcloth and to pray intensively. The new day, the day of his martyrdom, begins with an immense light entering his chamber. It was a sign announcing the will of the celestials to receive Yosafat in heaven as a triumphator, which is a usual metaphor both for martyrdom and for canonization. The speaker comments on the light using a Latin elegiac couplet borrowed from an epigram forming a cycle comprised in the print of Yosafatis, an epic poem published in 1628 which adapted Yosafat's hagiographic profile to the Catholic cultural codes and addressed Roman policemakers with a request to support his canonical investigation. In the epigram, Yosafat appears as abounding in flames and shining remarkably as powerful sun, so rigus flammis and multo sole decorus. The conclusion quoted by Wojnarowicz reads then, because he himself had glowed with the rays even before his death, so that the blind death would make no delay, Yosafat was the lantern. The couplet juxtaposes heavenly light with the light of Yosafat, both expressed as lucerna, once in Polish and once in Latin. It is exactly this Latin quote which, from the angle of narrative strategy, transformed the light from heaven into the light of Yosafat. In other words, Yosafat the martyr becomes part of the heaven, so the new blessed figure, new citizen of heaven, and novus sol, to shine on his own. In fact, Yosafat, embodied in the Lucerna, is only one aspect of solar metaphor used to construct his profile. Furthermore, a fire spark descending from the crucifix and phoenix were commonly explored, so both Christological motifs, just as the sun itself. Therefore, Yosafat, represented as novus sol, displays, secondly, Christological meaning, established in the Bible and in the liturgy. The quote from Yosafatis alludes rightly to the self-staging of Christ. I quote once again, "I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life." Quote ends. So Christ, the light of life, opposes the darkness of death. In the second epistle of Peter, the teachings of the church, so the right church, the Catholic one, represented by Yosafat and fought by the Orthodoxy, or the teaching of the apostles in the succession of Christ, are lamp, and I quote, which shines in the dark place until the day dawns and the morning star rises in the hearts, quote ends. Lucifer, so the designation, Latin designation of the morning star, is Latin equivalent of Greek phosphor, which comes up at the beginning of Wojnarowicz oration. Accordingly, in the epilogue of the Apocalypse, Christ calls himself a morning star shining brightly. Eventually, John the Evangelist says that John the Baptist was sent to testify to the true life of God, which, according to the Preconium Paschale that dominates the liturgy of Easter Saturday, does not set, so Lucifer quid nescit occasum, and so it does not decline to death. John the Baptist announces the coming of light, and so he is not the light itself, but just an intermediator between the people and the eternal life, just as the saints are imitators of Christ, that is, of his light. Given such an imitative relationship based on the concept of sequela Christi, which characterizes precisely the post-Tridentine program of sanctity and moral education, Yosafat, so novus sol, is shown to imitate, thirdly, the light of Christ and to follow his footsteps. Imitative dimension of Yosafat, regarded against the backdrop of solar metaphor, is a key to the understanding of Wojnarowicz's oration. Although the print is dedicated to the Pope, the main text begins with a direct address to the Basilians, which conveys a simile between heaven and earth. And I quote once again in my English translation, "In the teachings of the past, it is said that heaven is a republic, and the suns and other celestials are claimed to be princes." Quote ends. With this image, The speaker alludes to the bull of Urban VIII, Celestis Hierusalem Cives, which calls the saints recognized by the Church citizens of heaven. Pursuing such a popular metaphor consolidated in legal discourse, Wojnarowicz makes the citizens of the New Jerusalem to the celestials. The heaven has furthermore an equivalent on earth, the paradise garden of Basil the Great, so of the Basilian order, which distinguishes itself through many shades of virtues and merits. The speaker enters such a marvelous garden to praise a few figures connected to the Basilian rule in the past. They made the Basilians to the light of the world. But the preacher does not satisfy himself with the figures of more than 3 past centuries. Instead, he moves on to the figure closer to him. Yosafat appears to be a new sun rising in Lithuanian lands, native of the speaker, to shine with his shed blood, which, however, does not bear witness to his death, but rather displays the rays of his glory. Consequently, the oration turns into a narrative about the rise, the climax, and the setting of such a local sun. The first point, the rise, is the baptism. The name chosen for Yosafat should recall the notion of a iudex, a rightful judge, and so it implied his future care for fighting the orthodoxy, which will transform him into a citizen of heaven. The climax at the time of noon was reached with the ordination as Bishop of Polotsk. Yosafat illuminated the region immersed in the deprivations and freezed by fidelity to the schism. However, his initial success was the beginning of the path leading to death, that is, to the sunset. Accordingly, he set off for his last visit to Vitebsk as the evening star, so the Hesperus, that anticipates the sunset. The sunset itself, however, is just a sign for the future triumph. Yosafat needed to be merged in his own blood, so that he could be reborn as a novus sol, which will rise in the east to shine for the whole world, and for Rome in particular, which is an allusion to the beatification. It becomes now clear that the solar cycle has a double meaning for Wojnarowicz. First, it describes Yosafat's path of the martyr, culminating in his death. Secondly, starting from the death, it stands for his rebirth in the role of the new sun, ex oriente lux, which rises in Lithuania but makes its way far to the west, to Rome. So it moves from the periphery to the center of the Catholic world. The second, this transnational, so to say, meaning of the solar cycle applies to the primary recognition of Joseph's sanctity by Urban VIII, so to the beatification. Yet it postulates at the same time the need to have Yosafat canonized. After all, he should shine not only in the Basilian order and Ruthenia, but urbi et orbi. The narrative closes with his funeral, which complies with the solar metaphor. Yosafat enters heaven as usual in early modern hagiography, following the Milky Way. Yet apparently, owing to his blood shining in the sky, Milky Way changes the color from white into red. In the conclusion, he is requested to illuminate the Ruthenian Church and to enlighten the papacy of Innocent X with peace. With these words, the speaker comes back to the discussion of the Pope's coat of arms developed in the preface, so that the work in print receives a symmetrical composition. The topic is explored now in a typical way, just as his predecessor, Urban VIII, constantly present in the text as the maker of Yosafat, was commonly appreciated as the one who guarantees peace in the world threatened by the Turks, other menace to Catholicism comparable with the schism. Moreover, this daring wish for peace has an larger meaning in the closing line. Yosafat should first support the electors gathering to choose the new king of Poland, and secondly, just as Yosafat fought the Orthodoxy, he should help to suppress Cossack rebellion, who at this point were still in a clear offensive. So now a few conclusions. In his oration, Wojnarowicz highlights Josaphat's contribution to the post-Tridentine sanctity through a solar metaphor drawing on his martyrdom, which led to the beatification, and by exploring double meaning of the solar cycle, which allows to postulate implicitly Josaphat's canonization. The hagiographic program of Wojnarowicz appears to be internally coherent and to correlate with the already established topoi, as the solar metaphor was developed in his Polish sermon in accordance with an epigram added to Josaphatis, an epic poem on Josaphat's saint-making, which was not unknown to the policemakers in Rome. Conversely to the Polish sermon, circulating among wider audience in the Commonwealth and focused on the beatification, the Roman oration, directed primarily at the Basilians, addressed the Pope, who needed to be induced in a skillful way to pursue Josaphat's canonization. Thus, Wojnarowicz made a small contribution to marking Josaphat's place both in Rome and in the Catholic matrix, using as his scene the church of Sergius and Bacchus, a uniate bridgehead in the urbs that itself was consolidating as such. In a way, he followed the footsteps of Borowski and prepared the path for another orator from the Commonwealth, for Liniewski, which suggests rather an organized agenda of the Basilians to disseminate Josaphat's cult in Rome, heart of the church, which, by the way, complied with the framework of the beatification indult. And this all happened before Susza's mission in Rome and his canonical Vita of Josaphat, which also dwells on the solar or rather light metaphor in the dedicatory preface to Pope Alexander VII. But this would be the topic of another paper. So today, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your highly inspiring speech about the interpretation and metaphorizing of St. Josaphat cult in the 16th century. And now I ask our next speaker to take the microphone, Dr. Anatol Upar from the Binghamton University, which is a part of State University of New York. His field of interest are Italian Renaissance, global Baroque, modern ecclesiastical architecture, history of prints, early cinema, and so on and so forth. Now he is working on the book about Ruthenians in early modern Rome, art and architecture of Unionite community, which is to be printed in Brill Publishing House in Leiden. And the topic of the next presentation is Martyr at Pontifex, formation of St. Josaphat Kuncevich's iconography. Please, the floor is yours.
Let's just switch it. Cari stimati colleghi, grazie per il vostro gentile invito a prendere parte a questo eccellente convegno. Особливо подяку висловлюю доктору Івану Альмесу. And the goal of this paper is to trace a possible trajectory in the formation of the iconography of Yosafat Kuncevich. The trajectory itself could be divided into two overlapping and at times disjoined, at times parallel paths, with one reaching modernity and the present, the other, not so much. Instead of sticking to a chronological approach in this presentation, I will spend some time on the ties of Josaphat iconography to that of the Madonna del Pascolo, the Girovice icon. In the second part of the paper, I will briefly return your attention to the more chronologically precise path. And I'm not sure if it's working. Oh, okay.
I moved it.
He does? Okay. Published in 1732 in Rome, Ignazio Kulczynski's seminal work on the Ruthenian Madonna in Rome, Il Diasporo Prodigioso di Tre Colori, ovvero narrazione storica delle tre immagini miracolose della Beata Vergine Maria, la prima di Girovice in Lituania, la seconda del Pascolo in Roma e la terza copia della seconda parimenti in Girovice, detta de quei popoli romana. It contains three outstanding and you're my clicker. It contains three outstanding and heretofore understudied engravings by the hand of a Roman painter and engraver, Carlo Grandi, active in Rome around 1723 to 1765. All three engravings, by their virtue of the content, were specifically created for this particular book. Two images of Our Lady of Żyrowice, one framed by itself and flanked by two saints, and another showing the moment of inventio of the miraculous image by the young shepherds in the tree. The third engraving is that of Yosafata Kунцевича. A closer examination of all three reveals that they provide indispensable clues to the mechanisms of integrating Ruthenian Byzantine Rite visual culture into that of Rome and global Catholicism at large. The first engraving, Our Lady of Żyrowice and Saints, is only 16 centimeters and, like the other three, bound with the rest of the pages of the book. The image of the Virgin Mary and Child is engraved within a Baroque cartouche, surrounded at the top by a flowing banderole and garlands, and at the bottom by floral motifs. Cartouche features a Cyrillic inscription in Church Slavonic all around its oval border, the inscription already familiar to us from nearly identical inscription around Madonna del Pascolo, the words of the second line from the Axion Estin, a Greek Theotokion. The iconographic complexity of the first engraving from Kulczynski's book doesn't stop at the Cyrillic inscribed cartouche. At the bottom, the image of the Virgin Mary is flanked by two small cartouches. On the left, one showing loosely drawn Saint Basil the Great, patron of the Basilians, and on the right, then blessed Yosafata Kунцевича. Despite the small size of that part of the engraving, Saint Basil is shown according to his traditional iconography and very similar to the slightly later representations of the saint by Ignazio Stern found in the same church. Mirroring Saint Basil, Josaphat is shown following his newly established iconography with an axe in his head, akin to the iconography of Saint Peter of Verona, the Dominican saint, usually from 13th century, usually shown with a hatchet struck in his head as well. Josaphat is vested with a striped mantle, mantias, of an Eastern Rite bishop and an episcopal amaphorion. Below the image is a Latin inscription, Beatus Josaphat Martyrus. Grandi's second engraving from the book depicts the invention of the icon of Our Lady of Żyrowice. It is a longer format than the preceding Our Lady of Żyrowice and Saints, spanning the whole page of the book. Identical oval image of the Virgin and the Child is shown floating among the tree branches. The rays of light break through the leaves of the tree. Its thick trunk descends down from the image to earth, invoking the image of the burning column of Saint Basil. Formally, the image shows a perfect clarity of all forms, landscape, and has a high level of readability, both iconographically and textually. Furthermore, it appears to be one of the earliest prints produced in Rome that portrays the invention of the jasper icon of Żyrowice. I know of no other image by an Italian artist for an Italian publication on that subject. Interestingly, the engraving, the invention of icon of Our Lady of Żyrowice depicts precisely the full composition of the scene that I believe was the basis for the original fresco on the wall of the sacristy of Santi Sergio Bacco, later covered up and rediscovered during the remodeling in 1718. It is obvious that a Roman engraver would have to use some form of iconographic guidance from the Basilians as a way to precisely depict the discovery of the Żyrowice icon. it's reasonable to presume a presence in Rome of prints that depicted the same subject and produced in Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, such as Leon Tarasovich's copper engraving from 1682, Our Lady of Żyrowice with St. Peter and Paul, or Gorchin image of Our Lady of Żyrowice. Such prints would provide the exact model for Grandi to depict his own version of the subject for Kulczynski's book. Other than several printed examples discussed in this paper, those by Tarasovich's, Gorchin, and now by Grandi, there are extant painted examples in Eastern Europe with precisely the same iconography as that of the Madonna del Pasco as it appeared when still part of the frescoed wall, prior to its removal in 1718. For instance, a painting originally from the Church of Virgin Most Holy of the Monastery in Żyrowice, now in National Art Museum in Belarus, Minsk. Our Lady of Żyrowice, surrounded by Saint Basil the Great and Blessed Yosafata Kунцевича, dates to 1730s and combines motif of the Inventio, an oval icon in a tree surrounded by shepherd boys, and that of the Sacra Conversazione. The former motif we just saw used dramatically by Grandi in his Roman print for Kulczynski's book around the same time as dating for the Minsk painting. The latter motif we see already employed decades earlier in the engraving of Our Lady of Żyrowice with St. Peter and Paul by Leonti Tarasovich. With the Minsk painting dating to 1730s, the period when Żyrowice Monastery was under complete control of the Ruthenian Uniate Church, the aesthetic recurrence of all the discussed artworks, be they in Poland, Lithuania, or in Rome, with Our Lady of Żyrowice surrounded by St. Basil Great and Blessed Yosafata Kунцевича, makes more sense. They all belong to the same community of images that permeated the cultural space occupied, or rather shared, by early modern orthodoxy, exemplified here by the Ruthenian Uniate Church, and early modern Catholicism, exemplified here by Roman Baroque aesthetic. The third, this is Tarasovich's, to compare, yes. The third engraving is the Blessed Josaphat, likewise by Carlo Grandi. As we know, Metropolitan Raphael Karsak arrived in Rome in 1639 as postulator for the cause of Kuncevich's beatification. He died here the following year and was buried at San Sergio Bacco, and ultimately Pope Urban VIII Barberini had beatified Josaphat on 16 May 1643. The saint is shown here in a print not as he was, but already as a devotional image itself, a framed oval portrait of Josaphat carried through the clouds toward heaven by a group of 5 angels. The oval portrait itself depicts then Blessed Josaphat identically to how we already saw in the smaller cartouche in the print of Our Lady of Żyrowice and Saints. A bearded saint vested in mandias and amaphorion with an axe in his head. Josaphat's deadly wound is steaming with blood, dividing his long hair into 2 parts. The hands of Josaphat are united in prayerful gesture, and his eyes slightly raised toward heaven. All 3 images by Grandi, and these are the details of it, all 3 images by Grandi are in constant conversation with each other. Our Lady of Żyrowice and Saints, the invention, are both referring to the prototypes in Eastern Europe as well as the copy in Rome. The first engraving is further invoking the 2 Basilian saints, Basil and Josaphat, as well as directly indexing the more elaborate image of Josaphat placed toward the end of the book. The subject of early Christianity is further suggested by the themes of the Church Fathers, Saint Basil, and martyrdom of Saint Josaphat. The subject of the Church of the Church's unity is likewise directly connected to the 2. Moreover, all 3 images constitute what would be considered a rare, if not altogether unique, series of prints made in Rome with representations of Ruthenian religious experience as that filled with miracles, martyrdoms, and thus worthy of Christian admiration and emulation. The prints of such outstanding quality and content are bound to expand our understanding of Rome's role in constructing Ruthenian confessional identity, add to the already studied and known corpus of Slavic representations, or self-representations to some way, in the West, and also help us reassess the oeuvre of a lesser-known Roman artist such as Carlo Grandi. In the latter case, the 3 engravings from Kulczynski Il Diasporo Prodigioso could be considered Grandi's most intriguing work, and honestly, the most beautiful. Moreover, the Grandi's prints mark the high point of iconographic complexity and specificity when it comes to the development of Ruthenian Greek Catholicism and its iconography in Rome. And I did the most horrible thing of jumping into specifics away from the general. So now let's go back to the general. I tell my students never to do that. Back to the chronology of St. Josafat's iconography, one of the earliest images of the saintly bishop is found in Kreuze-Żewuski book of 1625, printed before his beatification and soon after his death. Josaphat is portrayed as an Eastern Rite bishop vested in mandias and emaphorion with the mitre. Note that. Yet, in his representation of 20 years later, in Antonio Gerardi's book of 1643, most of these visual characteristics are left, except the mitre is removed and an axe, his martyrdom's instrument, akin to the instrument of Christ's passion, is wedged into his skull. He is represented already as a clear, iconographically recognizable type, vested according to his status, but also with attributes, instruments of his own passion. This is the iconographic type that will get developed both on the Apennines and Eastern Europe. Images such as those by Gorchin, who we already encountered, or the famous image of Alexander Tarasovich, featured on our conference poster of 1660, and the 1665 image from the famous book of Jakub Susza. This Baroque idiom, and by that I mean a very certain cultural effect, whose modus operandi when it comes to iconography would emphasize hagiographic portrayal, representazione, and that is an important discussion on to what extent anything Baroque is actually naturalistic, and truly it's not. It is a representation of something that happened. That hagiographic portrayal includes effectuated martyrdom. This Baroque iconography of Josaphat had spread via prints to areas of global Catholicism well beyond Rome, both in Eastern Europe and the Americas. An example of that is a large painting of the Ruthenian saint in the collection of oratorians in Mexico, Pinacoteca de la Profesa, Congregación de Oratorio de San Felipe Neri de Mexico. But by 16th century, we see a slight return of a simpler representation of Josaphat that could be that not of a saint, but of a almost generic looking Eastern Rite bishop from those ubiquitous late Baroque world costume treatises. An example of it is found in L'Histoire des ordres religieux et militaires by Eliot, published in Paris in 1792. That is not to say that the 18th century is abandoning the Baroque idiom. Not at all. Numerous prints, those by Labinger and by Rakovetsky and others, let's do it again, follow very much the same iconography we have already encountered in the prints of Grandi. I'll just go through Rakovetsky. Perfect. It's evident also in the paintings still found in Western Ukraine, such as this one from the Lviv collection. However, As we can also see in paintings exhibited here at this exhibition, a most beautiful example of identified as the work of the Neapolitan painter Sebastiano Conca, a student of Francesca Salamena. It got me all kind of excited. Josafat's representation begins to move away from an iconographic Baroque idiom, only retaining his Eastern Rite bishop's mantle, amaphorion, and the staff of Moses. Pietro Campana's 1765 print is a faithful reproduction of Conca's painting. Over in Eastern Europe, it can be observed in Karol Dankwart's frescoes in Jasna Góra, or in the altar painting in Grodno Cathedral in Belarus. By 19th century, it is precisely that iconographic type that is retained in the West, exemplified in this Antonio Banzo's engraving, or that of Dury. While the academic and historicist art of the 19th century did embrace an opportunity to explore the martyrdom of Josaphat, shown here in Josef Zimler's 1861 painting, it never re-embraced drama and straightforwardness of the Baroque idiom, that of the saints had struck with an axe, bloody and gory to some. Instead, the portrayal of the martyrdom itself was censored of the gory details. In 20th century and in our current 21st, let's not talk about that, the normative and common iconography of Saint Josaphat remains to be the one briefly found even prior to the process of beatification, such as the woodcut that we've seen from Kreuzer-Żywucki book of 1625, an iconography that coexisted with the Baroque idiom seen in the engravings of Grandi, the idiom that almost completely disappeared, but then reasserted itself with the rise of modernity, modernity that had pretty much completely abandoned the Baroque idiom that was originally very much part of the visual culture of Ruthenian Christianity in union with Rome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Uppart, for having revealed us the evolution of the Kuncevich iconography, while Dr. Ryczkowski skillfully entertained us with a large amount of illustrations.
I like pictures.
Sure, we also. Now, last but very not least, speaker of our panel is my colleague from Ukrainian Catholic University, Professor Alexander Pronkevich, who is the head of the Department of Philology. He is a specialist in Spanish literature from Baroque until nowadays, with certain emphasis on Cervantes. He conducted research on Quixotism in theater and cinema, and other aspects of theater and cinema. He is the president of the Ukrainian Association of the Hispanists, and his paper today is entitled Josafat Kuncevich and Spanish Baroque Spirituality. Please.
Thank you very much. I will appreciate very much if you can help me. I will say next slide, and you will show next slide. Really, my paper, my presentation is about Baroque art, Baroque code in representation of Josafat Kuncevich in the translation and prologue, which came out in Madrid in 1684. Please, next slide. So you can see the book, the first book was written by Jakub Susza, and it was published in 1665. It has been mentioned many times today and yesterday, and the other picture actually is it tells us that in Madrid in 1684 came out translation into the Spanish language, which was made by Miguel Perez. And this book consists of all mandatory, obligatory parts of the books of that period. It opens with dedication to the Queen Consort, Mariana of Austria. Then it contains the verdicts, decisions of the censors. You know, they approve the publication. Then the famous letter of Urban VIII about the beatification of Yosafata Kунцевича. And then we have the prologue. Actually, it's not a very short prologue, and I describe it as a theological text, theological narrative. We will speak about it today more. And then the translation. The translation is translation. What I mean is that it is more or less accurate representation of the Latin text, and it contains the same information, nothing transformed. Of course, we can find some stylistic peculiarities, but actually it is translation. And the book is finished with a cycle of poems, so 10 poems, and the person who created the book, Miguel Perez, insists that in the original book of Jakob Suscher, there were 20 poems written by Suscher, and they decided not to translate the poems and found another person, Padre Cienfuegos de Salamanca, who wrote 10 poems, so to finish the book. Next slide, please. Actually, we can find some information about Miguel Perez, and it will be my next great search, my next adventure. We can say that he's a translator. Yes, he's a translator, and author of the prologue, but at the same time he was the doctor of theology. Actually, he was the head of the Department of Theology of the University of Salamanca, and we also know that he was a preacher of the Spanish monarchs, and then he was also the person who belonged to the order of Saint Basil the Great. And you can see the second book, which you can find the book which was written by Miguel Perez. It is his prayer. And the reason of this, it was the death of the Spanish King Carlos II. Next slide, please. Actually, and this is a very interesting thing, we can say that Yosafata Kунцевича, Jakob Suscher, and Miguel Perez, they emphasized that they belonged to the order of Saint Basil the Great, but I began studying this problem, and I can say that there were two different groups of the Basilian monks. They did not. So Miguel Perez did not belong to the order of Yosafata Kунцевича and Jacob Suscher. It was, they were Spanish Basilians who came from Italy, and there were two provinces, and these translator, he was also the provincial of both Castillas, the Nueva y La Vieja. I can say that I don't know whether they communicated. At least Jacob Suscher and Miguel Perez, they could be in touch in some way. I will look for this information because they belong more or less to the same time. But we can say that they really used the word, the name of Saint Basil the Great as a kind of password. Please, next slide. Actually, that's another image. It is important. In my opinion, this image can serve as a proof that there was a kind of sort of communication between the Spanish Basilian monks and the Basilians of Saint Josaphat, because in 1625 in Sevilla, was published a very, very detailed report about the assassination in Vitebsk. Actually, I think it is the document which was written by Rutsky, and then it was translated into Latin, and then it was translated into Spanish. But you see, so there were some contacts. I cannot find some documented proofs. I will look for them, I will try, but this is my hypothesis. Next slide, please. Actually, we will speak more about the prologue, because the prologue is kind of instruction how to read the translation, because in my opinion it can be not easy. It was not so easy for the Spanish readers to accept the idea maybe that in somewhere in the East there were some outstanding people like St. Josaphat. I think so, because in the text I can find some elements of what we know as cultural imperialism. Miguel Perez criticizes Jakob Susza for bad Latin. He's very much surprised that Yosafata Kунцевич was able to understand everything in the text you see in the Holy Bible and other things, just without knowing Latin. He's just it is something, yeah. And in my opinion, for this reason, Miguel Perez used some special strategies to emphasize how extraordinary Saint Josaphat was. And for example, he says, okay, the saint was so magnificent that he corresponded to the three models of holiness at the same time. He says normally saints, they correspond to one. But in our case, we have something extraordinary, because Saint Josaphat corresponds to the three models: virgin, doctor, and martyr. So three most important saints. And instead of this X in the hand, so we can imagine that he was decorated with three crowns. Three crowns. So just that's the idea. When we read this prologue, we can imagine it. Next slide, please. Okay, and of course, the text was written according to the rules, to the conventions of the Baroque literature, Baroque art of the so-called Spanish Golden Age. I don't think it is very much different in terms of using stylistic devices which were used in poetry, in profane literature, in drama, and all other things. In my opinion, Miguel Perez used just something like commonplaces, cliches, and some stylistic devices which were typical of his time. And of course he cited so a lot of theologians, and we can also speak about intertext from Latin and from Greek, and from Greek and Latin literature. It is very sophisticated. I will show it later. Please, next slide. Actually, and he uses conceits in the Spanish language. In our Spanish studies, we use the special term conceptismo. Conceptismo is one of the directions of Baroque styles. It's use of extremely complicated metaphors, which are based on uniting, you see, the opposites in the Miguel Perez uses a lot of them. You know, they're taken from all kinds of human activities, sciences, humanities, rhetoric, or other things. And so I'm not going to cite them because there are too many of them. And at the same time, I will show you how it works on the examples which present metaphors, allegories. And I would like to say one more thing. I believe that Miguel Perez, as all other representatives of the Spanish Baroque art, was very much dependent on painting. You see, painting was the main art, and he constructed his text something that, you know, we can see pictures, and he uses some citations. Okay, I have selected 4 examples. Next slide, please. And the first example, so that you can understand how it works, you see, you can see the translation. I apologize for my translation. I translated it from Spanish myself. And the first reference to these ancient Greek intertext and metaphor is the citation mentioned in Zeuxis. Zeuxis is a painter of the 5th century before Christ, and and you see this kind of cliche, very popular image. You see, it is Rembrandt. Rembrandt presenting himself as Zeuxis. Zeuxis is famous for his great ability of copying things, and so we can read this. So he drew grapes, and a bird came to eat it. You see, so, and at a certain moment, you know, he decided to create the ideal image of Juno. In Agrigento, he, you see, he invited a lot of beautiful girls, and he created this perfect image. But Miguel Perez compares Zeuxis to Josaphat. He says, okay, Josaphat, when he wanted to become a perfect saint, you know, he imitated the models of other saints, martyrs, the way Zeuxis created his image. You know, this is a very interesting thing because, in my opinion, it is also an application, practical application of some famous ideas of Aristotle, yeah, about mimesis, about mimetic things, and that's you can see. And in my opinion, this comparison looks a little bit tricky, maybe risky. We can speak about it later. Okay, next example is presenting Josaphat as hierarchical of the Christian church. By the way, it's this allegory of rhetoric. That's how Miguel Perez imagines this word dushechvat, yeah, the robber of souls, and he takes this from Lucian of Samosata, and he says, okay, we can imagine this hierarchical as, you know, this powerful male body, crown, and the crown is made of electron in gold, and you see in one hand he has this very strong instrument, you know, to teach people, and the other hand the arch, and you know, and the golden chains. You see the golden chains that come from his mouth, you know, that they are, you know, are used to convert people into true Christianity. That means Roman Catholic Church. You see, and this image is known as Hercules Galaico, the Hercules from Galicia, Spanish Galicia, actually, and it's a symbol of rhetoric. Yeah, and next slide, please. And this symbol and this allegory, you can find it in El Escorial, in the library of El Escorial. As you remember that the whole construction of images, the system of El Escorial, and so they represent the process of learning, and it has a special meaning. You see that the first hierarchy is on one end of the world, because Galicia and the Santiago de Compostela was considered to be the end of the world, and Josaphat is on the other end of the world. You see, he is a protector of Christianity in the East. Next slide, please. Okay, and one interesting episode how Miguel Perez interprets a very famous riddle of Demetas and Menalcas from Virgil's Bucolics, you see, as you remember. You see, Demetas asks in which country the event of the extent of the sky is only 3 ulma, yeah? So that's something cubits or measure of time. And then Minalca answers by asking another question. Where in the world the flowers are born inscribed with the names of kings? Okay, next slide, please. And Miguel Perez suggests his own interpretation. He says that, okay, we have to read this 3 ulmas as 3 hours, and then he introduces the idea that in Hebrew, Nazareno means king, related to the king, and Nazareno is something related to flowers, and his answer is, in which country the mystery of Christ, because he takes Virgil's poem as prophecy about Christ, you see, Nazareno, death was just seen for 3 hours. And the answer is that, was it where flowers are born, inscribed with the names of kings? Actually, he plays with the etymologies, and then he shows that Jesus Christ is flower of his people, and then Yosafata Kунцевича. You see, that's, and it is applied. Next slide, please. It is applied to Yosafata Kунцевича because he is Nazareno and Nazareno, or Nazareno and Nazareno. I don't know how to read it. At the same time, that means he's a king. He's very close to Christ. He imitates him, and at the same time, he is a flower of his people, of his land, of his country. Okay, and the fourth example, next slide, please. It concerns maybe, oh no, I have 3 examples, but it concerns maybe, can we make one, yeah, and then we can see the combination of all concepts and metaphors in one picture. The crown of his virginity is made of roses. Stars created the crown. Okay, I'm sorry. And it is the crown of doctor, master of divine light. The crown of matter of the sand, union, is made of pearls. And the most interesting thing, I don't understand it, and I ask for your help. You see, the union and daisy are one, and the same thing. All 3 crowns turn him into the reincarnation of spring. I put this image because, you see, I think that Miguel Perez could see it because he translated the book where this image was published, actually. But his vision of Yosafata Kунцевича is something absolutely different, you know, something, the triumph of visuality, so beauty, pearls, crowns, but the most enigmatic thing is the daisy. He says that Susha uses this flower as a symbol of the union of Jesus Christ, but I ask all colleagues who know more than I do if they read something like this in Susha's works, and they say no. I will look for the answer. Okay, let's come to the conclusions. Actually, we can say that Miguel Perez uses in his prologue all most known stylistic and rhetoric conventions of the Baroque Spanish theology, rhetoric, and literature. And the result is amazing. The Spanish Baroque representation of Yosafata Kuncevich's life and his martyrdom turns into a series of verbal allegories, very, very visual and metaphors, surprising and us by its sensual beauty and complexity of meanings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexander, for your soul-robbing paper dealing with the reception of the life and martyrdom of Yosafata Kuncevich in Spanish Baroque literature. And now the time is for discussion, and we begin with our discussant, Dr. Natalia Sienkiewicz. Please. Oh. Sorry, I have another record in my program. So I ask Dr. Lilia Berezhna from Münster University, who probably is online. Yes, you are. Please make your remarks on this panel.
Hello, can you hear me right now?
Sure.
Yes, we can.
Yes, you can. Okay, thank you so much. I'm not Natalia Sienkiewicz, I'm Lilia Berezhna. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to this marvelous event, just already for the Patrick as well, that I cannot attend this year the conference in Rome on the Group of Saints. But it's my pleasure to comment on this panel. I would start from quite a general remark. A general remark about the constructivist approach in analysis of cults of saints. According to this approach, sanctity, martyr status, and heroism are not actually acquired, but always ascribed within the framework of retold narratives and images, which occur in different ways and, of course, in different contexts. Such narratives, in turn, are first ascribed to certain groups. It is important to emphasize according to this approach, the construction of heroes, martyrs, or the emergence of cults of saints is therefore not a matter of definitions, but should be perceived in the context of the development of religious and political group identities, a question which was raised today as well in the morning session. Paul Middleton is one of those who is one of the proponents of this idea, of this approach. He has formulated this constructivist approach most clearly regarding the cult of martyrdom. To quote Paul Middleton, martyrs are not defined, martyrs are made. From my understanding, in this panel, most of the authors discuss the establishment of the Kунцевич cult in this very sense of making the martyr holy through contemporary attributions along with the resulting conflicts of attribution and interpretation. Another theoretical stuff which should be mentioned, in this well-known article of Peter Berg, quoted yesterday, on counter-reformational saints, several preconditions are mentioned to get canonized. Berg uses patterns of canonization in counter-reformational Europe to weigh the balance of forces in the centuries-long transaction between local and transnational venerations. Among others, most chances, according to Peter Berg, got males and members of religious orders. Noteworthy also, there should be also an interested groups and media contributing to the process of canonization. It seems that Kунцевич fulfilled all these criteria. But for this panel, I guess the most important were two last aspects. They are in the focus of our session today. These are features which for me rest upon the question of dissemination centers, the question of media of dissemination, and the question of actors. This focus brings these three papers together. One of the centers of dissemination is apparently the order of Basilians, as indicated in all three papers. This is just to name the monastery of Żyrowice, the Basilians in Madrid, as well as the college and the church of St. Sergius and Bacchus in Rome. These were, of course, not all the places which contributed to the popularization of the cult of Kунцевич already before his beatification. However, this brings us to the question posed today by Birgit Emich on the confessional identity of religious orders. It is clear that Basilians stood in the foreground of the veneration of Yosafat. Still again, back to Peter's Berg observation, that was not enough. The necessary precondition is the already established veneration of the sacred spaces connected with the cult of this very saint. In this panel, it is most and the foremost the Holy Dormition Monastery of Żyrowice from Dr. Upat's presentation. Yosafata Kунцевич was the abbot of the monastery, as you all know. The miraculous Theotokos cult of Żyrowice played a special role in the history of the Union of Greek Catholic Church. It was important for confirming its own legitimacy in the Christian world and a certain geography of grace based on miracles, with the Theotokos of Żyrowice as the main site. To quote Dieter Stern, also helped to strengthen the self-confidence of the Uniats in the face of external challenges to their right to exist. Żyrowice, alongside Pochayev and several other pilgrimage sites in the Ruthenian lands and Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in general, was a transconfessional religious lieu de mémoire. Matthias Nindorf ascribes a special integrative role to the pre-modern cult of Theotokos of Żyrowice for the interconfessional cohesion of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania as an intercultural communication space. For many, it turned to be a protector of this land, Theotokos as a protector of this land, as an antemorale Christianitatis, which also appears in two texts, this one in the text of Dr. Pronkovich, in the Spanish hagiographical text. But also Dr. Upa demonstrates how the cult of Yosafat has contributed to the rise of the Theotokos cult, and vice versa, how the Theotokos, the veneration of Theotokos, influenced the formation of Yosafat iconography and cult in general. Now I'm coming to more precise questions and debates to all three papers. First, about iconography. Importantly, the list of the woodcut sources mentioned in the paper of Dr. Upat contains samples made by Leonti and Alexander Tarasevich. In one of it, with the kartush «Честнейший Херувим и славнейший без сравнения Серафим», we see also, I guess it's from 1682, two figures, well-known woodcut, depicting St. Paul and St. Peter. My question would be whether in your examples, in your sources, in your materials, could be the appearance of Yosafat image originate from this depiction of Tarasevich, St. Peter and Paul? Could St. Peter, Paul, or one of them, transformed into the image of Yosafat? Another important feature bringing Yosafat imaginary and iconography in connection to the Theotokos of Żurawice is the issue of coronation of this icon. As you all know, the coronation of the icon by the Pope in 1730 transformed the Theotokos into a sacral place venerated by the Orthodox, by the Roman Catholics, and by the Greek Catholics. So exactly this coronation transformed it officially to this confessional religious lieu de mémoire. My question would be, it would be interesting to trace how the transformation of the Theotokos imagery already in crowned form, so by Tarasevich's images, and some of which you just depicted today, Theotokos was not crowned. What happened with the image of Kuncevich in front of the crowned, of the already recognized by the Pope image of Theotokos of Żurawice? Do we see the crowned Theotokos on Yosafat images? Furthermore, besides iconography, media, we observe other forms of depiction of the saint that were used to popularize the cult. These were apparently the hagiographical texts. In the presentation of Patrick Ryczkowski and Dr. Pronkovich, although quite different regarding the provenance, various parallels seem to be obvious. One of the parallels between these two papers is attempt by early modern hagiographers to demonstrate the idea of Yosafat as a martyr in the form of imitatio Christi. Another feature is the Baroque symbolism, of course. We had just right now, in Pronkovich's paper, a variety of examples of Hercules in Spanish prologue, other symbolism. In the paper on, in the text of Wojciech, we observed also the solar symbolism. This really the triumph of visuality, Baroque visuality. Both presenters posed the question of the provenance of this symbolism. And I would like to address it again to Dr. Ryczkowski. If you object the origin of Wojnarowicz's symbolism originating from Fabian Birkowski, who's then? What are the sources of this symbolism, apart from biblical, of course, origin, do we see there? might we assume that it could be also iconographical samples which influence the formation of this imagery? Another question that could be addressed to both literary, so to say, papers, the reception of this text in Rome and by Mariana of Austria. Were they successful? Were they spread there? How they were perceived? And answering this question, we can get back to the maybe the general idea of these 2 days. What were the grounds of successful beatification? Why Voshnarovich didn't manage to bring it to beatification, and Sushan with his text did? Which factors should contribute to successful, well, beatification and afterwards canonization? Our panel proves that there should be a collation of different features and different factors. Means of dissemination, media, actors, engravers, hagiographers, monks, and generally the panel demonstrates that this means of transformation of Kuncevich from local and transnational saint appeared exactly at that time. Thanks a lot. Looking forward to your answers.
Thank you very much, Dr. Berezhna. And now we are about to start the public discussion. No?
No? Let us answer the questions, and then we'll take questions from the audience.
Discussion is before?
We can address Ilya's
The instruction from our head is to have a coffee break. And after that, directly we have a discussion.
Yes, sir.
Well, I can't argue that this is a brilliant idea.
May I ask you how long does it take? So I have you to back.
Be back in 30 minutes.
10 minutes, okay, fine.
How many minutes do we have?
30.
Boss.
Coffee break. Well.
Please.
Yes, 10 minutes.
10?
Excellent.
10 minutes, okay.
Sorry.
And then it's fine.
We'll have time to prepare the answer.
It seems like this from the beginning of the
Dear panelists, the break is over. Please take your places. Dr. Upart, we are waiting for you. Now, despite our small delay, we only have our discussion. And who has questions? We start with questions of our official discussion. Please, Dr. Upart.
The question, I could answer probably all the questions, but first let's go back to where you started, where you ended. You mentioned whether pieces like Miguel Pérez's were successful or not, or Novus Sol. And I love that you brought up the issue of to what extent visual culture and iconography could have been potential also examples or influences on this type of material, textual material. So Miguel Pérez, the painting I showed in Pinacoteca La Profesa in Mexico, at the bottom of it, it mentions Miguel Pérez's book. And so it is an exact visual, enlarged, painted response to Miguel Pérez's book in Mexico. So you have basically a colonial, Spanish colonial painting in the viceroyalty over there, responding to the material that is fundamentally a textual material. That contains an engraving that could be copied. And this is, of course, normal pattern for Mexican art at that time. Regarding Peter and Paul, yes, absolutely. You are absolutely right, because it's just that they're oriented toward the very different goals, right? The print, the Tarasovich's print is intended at first to integrate the miraculous icon from Żurowice into the church, the Roman church, and it becomes Peter and Paul, right? But then the image of Basil and Josaphat, as I would see it, is integrating the basically experience of Ruthenians that is fundamentally, and I would argue, unlike anything Western Europeans experienced, is that Ruthenian experience in the peripheries of Christianity, in ante morale Christianitatis, is fundamentally a new reliving of early Christian experience of martyrdom. And so you put the early doctors, the fathers of the church, next to the new martyr and the new blood on which the church, the union is born. And that's how you do it. And of course, you are doing it within the framework. And I do find, from the beginning of my own dissertation project, I was fascinated by the fact that we see it actually in Baroque Christianity all the time, where, you know, with Stanislav Kostka and with, of course, Aloysi Gonzaga and others, is that the personal encounter with sainthood in other people almost prompts others to be saints. And the encounter of Kuncevich, no wonder he became saint. because he had been overseeing the place that was built around Marian cult. So from the beginning, the two could not be separated, and I try to explain that one, the integration of the Żyrowiecka Madonna into the Western consciousness in Rome is tied, of course, to the project also of Josaphat. And if I may add, and this is on a purely theoretical thing, I'm not, I like what your comment about constructivism, but personally I'm actually not a constructivist, just kind of a caveat here, like a disclosure. I'm not a constructivist. I do believe that Kuncevich was ontologically saint, but I'm interested, I fully integrated Baroque idiom into my own life. And so my scholarship is based on the idea, how do we actually figure out the way of representing his ontological sainthood? And the response of Baroque world and Baroque vocabulary, visual vocabulary that exists is actually perfectly suited to express almost anything we have about life. And that's why I'm kind of focusing on that. They basically operate in a diapason much larger than our current society that is kind of reduced to a very shallow shelf of itself in a way. And this is kind of like a theoretical thing, why those things are the way they are. I did, I knew you would be there, so I just deleted those two slides when I emphasize Antemorale Christianitatis in the middle, down below, at the bottom of Cartouche. But of course it is on my mind all the time, as you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I can continue. Actually, I don't know if Mariana of Austria read the book. I don't know how to prove it. Maybe it was not the best period for her because the Spanish monarchy was in a very bad shape. And she had too many things to do because she was queen consort and her son was an idiot. It is a well-known fact, you know, and as a mother, you know, maybe she was busy with something else. But actually about success, I think very much this reference to Latin America in your presentation. We also saw some images from Latin America, and I wrote another paper in Spanish, and I compared the life and martyrdom of Yosafata Kунцевич to the other graphical books, texts written for Mexico. Actually, the same format, you know, it's the first person who spoke about Latin America was Блаженніший Святослав. The first thing he said, you know what, he was in Argentina, and he said that in the south of Argentina exists the cult of Yosafata Kунцевич, and the priests of these provinces, you see, were the first to start speaking about independence of Argentina. You see, this is, I think the book maybe was not, it was successful to a certain extent. You see, and answering a question about whether they could took images. My general response that they just were using, I mean, in Italy, in Spain, in other countries, they were using clichés of the Baroque culture. We can find other examples of clichés which exist. I'm speaking about only Spanish literature only, like Calderón. You know, if we read Calderón very well, you know, and compare the images, I'm sure we'll find other coincidences. In this particular case, I showed the image of El Escorial, I think that Miguel Perez was allowed to work in the library of El Escorial, you know, and he looked to the wall and he saw the picture and he described it, you know, and he just applied it to the life of Kuncevich. So it was Baroque period, you know, it was, so they tried, my idea was that he tried to translate this story into the language which was understandable to his colleagues, priests in Spain. And for this reason, he just used cliches which he could find everywhere around himself, including on the wall of El Escorial.
Thank you. Dr. Ryczkowski.
Can I now answer some questions? And yeah, so I would start with the easiest one, probably. Concerning Fabian Birkowski, if he needs to be excluded, so to say, as some kind of model for Wojnarowicz, of course not. On the contrary, he may not be excluded because he is quoted by Wojnarowicz in the Polish sermon. There is a fragment indeed, and I think that Streicher simply based his opinion on this work exactly on this quote, because it also comes at the very end of the Polish sermon, so it was easy to find, so to say. But in general, it is not enough to say that this sermon was a model for Wojnarowicz, because Wojnarowicz goes also in the Polish sermon, which is very comprehensive, in much farther and in other directions. So of course he consulted Birkowski and he used Birkowski, but we cannot say that he used it as a model. It was simply one of the one of a lot of sources which he uses in his sermon, and also one of the sources which he quotes in his sermon. So simply the relationship between the two works is not described quite properly by the Streicher. This is somehow the problem, and I think that the problem was caused indeed simply by the expectations, so to say, of Streicher, his expectation of hagiography. The other question about the sources is if some iconographic sources are possible for Wojnarowicz and for his solar metaphor. Yes, of course. I mean, this is quite possible. Simply, I don't know any work which could have served as a model or as an inspiration or as a reference point in general. For Wojnarowicz. On the other hand, it is also somehow connected with Baroque stylistic in general, and this is also a quite common practice, which I mean, in the area of hagiography and of Neo-Latin poetry. I know this from, for example, from the case of Sarbiewski, and from the quite known Neo-Latin poet from Lithuania. Who basically is claimed to shape his epigrams as his epigrams on the saints, basically on Stanisław Kostka and on Gonzaga, as a descriptions, as a meditations on the images, which you can have just in front of your eyes, and which he probably had in front of his eyes during his stay in Rome. The problem simply is, I mean, we cannot find one concrete image. There are some images which simply fit, so to say, the narrative framework of this works, but it's quite hard to find one concrete work which could have served as a model. But generally, it is quite a known issue, so to say, in Neo-Latin or in general early modern hagiography, and also in poetry. So, of course, for Wojnarowicz, I would not exclude it, but simply I cannot say more about the concrete source. This leads me a little bit to the point about the constructivism. I'm really much in favor of this concept, to be honest. I really like to regard the saints as the products, so to say, of saint making, also in accordance with the I think, quite well-known notion or phrase, La fabbrica dei santi, by Gotter, and simply it results from my approach to hagiography, which is based simply on the reform introduced by Urban VIII, and this, the implementation of the reform simply I see in the sources, which I investigate also in Latin poetry. There is a close relationship, so to say, between legal and poetic discourse. So I think that they need, there is really some connection which goes into this direction of constructivism. And this is why I really like to regard the saints really as a product, so to say, of hagiographic agenda of different communities. Let's say like this. I think you also asked about the spread of the text produced in Rome. As far as Wojnarowicz is concerned, the first point would be simply that his both works published here in Rome. So the one of Josaphat and the other one on Władysław IV Vasa, they were both reissued in the next year. I assume that it was on the occasion of his return to Poland, Lithuania, because directly after this, he is active only in Poland and Lithuania. So I think that he somehow, probably he reissued it simply in his own region. But on the other hand, when we are speaking about Josaphat and the oration in honor of Josaphat, I know two copies of this oration here in Italy, one in Rome and one in Lucca. I find it quite interesting also that one copy I found in the Ossolineum library in Poland, but on the other hand, it was brought from Ruthenia, which can be said because of the ownership remarks. So, and then there are also a few copies of the edition from Krakow. So generally it was disseminated, and here in Italy it was not only in Rome but also in one other city, in Lucca, but not very widely, so to say. I mean, the copies which I know, at least, maybe they are of course some more, but they show some kind of dissemination, but for sure it was not a very wide one. And the last question, what did Wojnarowicz did not manage to put forward the canonization of Josaphat? I mean, Susza also did not manage, so to say. I mean, the canonization did not happen directly after his mission in Rome, so he also, I would say, failed in this respect. On the other hand, he left a work which is still a canonical work concerning Josaphat, and basically his most important vita, although the other vita was written much more comprehensive in the 19th century by Guépin, who was mentioned here quite a lot. But I think that the purpose of Wojnarowicz was not to put forward the canonization itself. It was like some kind of art of light pressure, just marking that there is someone like this, that there is Josaphat who comes from Ruthenia, and he's known and he's somehow present also here in Rome, in the very center of Christianity. So by marking this presence, simply, he just wanted to draw the attention to the issue itself. I mean, and this would be simply my answer. So the canonization itself was not the aim of this whole oration. It was simply like making this light pressure on the Pope and on the Roman Curia. So, thank you. This would be my
Thank
answer.
you very much. And now, finally, is the time for a public discussion. Please, Viva.
Yes, I have two questions. So first of them is directed to Dr. Uppart. and it's on Sebastiano Conca's painting of Saint Josaphat from the Church of Saint Sergio and Bacchus. I wanted to ask your opinion, or maybe you have any concrete knowledge, if this painting could have come from a previous iconostasis of the church, because it's a theory, an idea proposed by Sigita Maslauskaitė Mažylienė, the curator of the exhibition, as she was borrowing the painting from the Basilians. They told her that the painting could have made part, as it in this medallion form, that it could have been a part of the previous iconostasis, as even today in the new iconostasis we see that there are medallions incorporated into it. So do you think it is possible, or do you know if it comes from there? And my second question is to Professor Prankevich, and I'm interested if you know if this very visual, very evocative vision of Saint Josaphat's sainthood proposed by Miguel Perez was transferred to any concrete visual works, because it seems that in a Baroque context, when we're speaking of visuality, it seems very fit to be transferred to the context of emblems, for example. Do you know any works with emblems of Josafat Kунцевич or any other that could have been inspired by Perez's work?
I think I can answer. Unfortunately, I don't know now. You see, I'm at the beginning of this process. Actually, I have to say that I was working with drama, and I like a question, and I take it as a recommendation to look for it. Thank you. I don't know.
In addition to that, if you know anyone who works on Ruthenian emblemata, I want to steal that person and talk to them for a while. But are you the one? No, yeah, we need to talk about that then. Yeah, but in response to your question to me directly, no. For very simple reasons. The Greek Rite churches in early modern Rome did not have iconostasis. Sant'Atanasio operated with the screen. The Armenians, of course, used the screen traditionally. It also, so was Santi Sergio Bacco. The high altar that was created after the renovations in 1600 was a high altar that could be used, which was directly attached to the wall, which right now it's been removed. But the only thing that's left, of course, is the leftovers of the attached frame, of course, with the Madonna del Pascolo and the smoke that rises from the burnings on the altar, the clouds around which, and I suggested at some point that this is actually the very early work of Pietro Bracci, who eventually becomes super famous doing for example, Assunta, the Neapolitan cathedral, is the high altar is Pietro Bracci. But as a young man, he worked with the people and may have done that. But anyway, there was no iconostasis in the early modern period. The only iconostasis that was ever created was after the kind of re-strengthening of the Greek Catholic Church by Leo XIII, and it was created in tandem with the new facade. And so that late 1890s iconostasis was later removed and opened up to have a modern one. However, the pieces, the rondelles from the old iconostasis were incorporated into the new one, and you can see the difference in the style. That the little rondelles in the current iconostasis are leftovers from the previous one. But that previous one, Первичный, as Bishop Homa mentions it, that is Первичный iconostasis, that nothing preceded that one ever. But that concha painting then is a very, very interesting piece because it ties it actually closer to the type of an oval representations of saints that are kind of spread around these smaller Roman churches that are just preciously wonderful. But they also have reduced Eastern qualities to them, so that they can immediately be accessible visually to the Roman Catholics as well. And this is, of course, important because Latin Roman Rite was celebrated in Santi Sergio Bacca throughout the week regularly during the 1600s to add to the very reduced amount of money that they ever had. So it existed both as the Byzantine Rite Church, but it also existed as a local parish for the Monte neighborhood. And you have sodalities mentioned all the way into 1900s of all the Italians going to that church to venerate Madonna del Pascolo, but also to do the Roman Rite as well as the Byzantine Rite.
Thank you. Next question.
May I ask one more question, if possible?
Of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just because I'm so deep in all this iconographical stuff. I have to Anatol one more question. Can you assume where this passage about Antemorale comes to the icon or the woodcuts depicting Theotokos or Żurawice? How comes? Because it's quite. We have, of course, this association of Madonna images with Antemorale topic. But for my understanding, it's the only one which I met till now. You might object, connecting with Żurawice. Do you have an idea?
Well, another 10 years of funded research, unfunded research. But yes, that's why this image is just super awesome. There's nothing like it. It's just like one layer after layer of amazingly beautiful visual, but also theoretical and conceptual things lined up in there. Because again, these are the images of images. That's something that I want you to be reminded of, right? That so the Antemorale part, I think, comes directly from that whole post-Barberini, well, in case of Grandi, that would be after Barberini, but it is very much a culture that exists, the mindset of propaganda fide, because all of these people are involved in the project of an Antemorale, and they do not, I believe, make a distinction between Ruthenians and, let's say, Maronites and Armenians and others. They view them as one continuous line of defense of Christianity of global Christianity at this point. And on that note, exactly as Laurent mentioned in his work, and I continue to kind of dig into those issues, you have an Armenian bishop retiring to Santi Sergio Bacca and living and dying there and leaving his library while he's teaching for propaganda fide, meaning he's celebrating masses and liturgies there. You also have Syriac Maronite priests staying there and celebrating liturgies, and we have records of that. So Santi Sergio Bacca and Ruthenians and the image of Madonna del Pascolo or that specific Żurawicka Madonna cannot be viewed other than just iterations of a larger cross-national and cross-liturgical network of people who
personally knew each other, were students of each other, and continuously looked at the images of each other. And so the cross-pollination is fascinating.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one question concerning a dimension about which we haven't talked yet, I guess, and this is the papal family dimension. Well, you mentioned the Barberini and the bees, the Barberini bees, and you cited from your sources that apibus barbarini splendorem, etc. And so my question goes to this. We know that most of the popes in this period used the saints they made in order to enhance their own family propaganda. For example, when you take Paul V, you see Santa Francesca Romana and also Carlo Borromeo as motives in the Borghese part of the Vatican Palace, and you can see them mentioned in the tomb of. See anything connected with the Barberini family and Josaphat? Is there any mentioning in the family iconography that they were the family who made Yosafat a blessed?
Mm-hmm. Well, to be honest, I don't know any such a source from the side of the Barberini family, which would simply connect Yosafat directly to the family, but obviously, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen everything, so maybe there is something. But, I mean, this passage which I quoted from Novus Sol, I mean, is quite strong, so to say. I mean, it makes very strong connection between between Urban VIII and Josaphat. But we have this connection already in the epic poem of 6028, which addresses Pope Urban VIII exactly with the request to make Josaphat a saint. And this request is integrated into the text of the poem. So this is not a paratext introducing the poem, but it constitutes part of the narrative. I mean, this is still metafictional opening of the poem, but still it is integrated into the text of this. And this poem of 1628, it found its way exactly to Rome and exactly to the library of the Barberini family, because it is also listed, one copy of this is also listed in the index of the library of Cardinal Francesco Barberini. So I think that there must be some connection. Simply, I don't know any sources from the side of the Barberini family apart from this index of Francesco Barberini, of the index of the library of Francesco Barberini.
If I can add to also
Sure.
It's Dr. Emich, you. It is all about Barberini, always. But if there was any family on this planet who loved Ruthenians more in early modern period, let me know. The Barberinis have one of the immediate copy of Astrog Bible went straight from Ukraine, from Lviv, straight into the possession of Cardinal Barberini. The Barberinis, as holding every suburbican see, were also overseeing their commentary abbots of Grottoferrata, and they were the Grottoferrata's new iconostasis, integrating the miraculous Madonna that's built by Bernini. It's paid for by Barberini family. Antonio I can project my voice just fine. But Antonio Marcello Barberini, right, the Carmelite I'm sorry, Capuchin brother of the Pope, right? In his will, as we know, in 1648, he leaves the money to rebuild Santi Sergio Bacco, to finish the rebuilding, and hence his name is mentioned on a pediment, under the pediment. And he specifically states that he leaves the money to for the construction, the Tietin father, Valerio Poggi, his trusted advisor, and the person who oversaw the construction, for example, of Palazzo Barberini, was the person to actually finish rebuilding of Santi Sergio Bacco. Talking about Palazzo Barberini, this is the image, of course, of Pietro da Cartona in his fresco of the bees floating up into the sky of the apotheosis of the Barberini family, forming their arms, coat of arms, right? This is kind of going back to the visuals of this type of the sun and the shiny apotheosis and the Barberini bees floating up. And the list can go on and on. We discussed it with Daniel Galadza just 48 hours ago, that the Ruthenians were given by Antonio Marcello Barberini, who oversaw specifically the giving them of the church, were given numerous churches. And eventually, and I'm not going to go into details of it, but eventually, the things are, it's Santi Sergio Bacco that ends up in their hands, and the other ones are not given up for a variety of reasons by local orders, or confraternity for that matter. So the personal letters between all of the actors, specifically those in the family and the Ruthenians, are just very sweet. They are very much interested in the project of rebuilding Christianity as it was, which was a multi-liturgical, with numerous sacred languages, with numerous rites, liturgical rites, and the Christianity that is not just Roman Rite. And so we can just talk about their own collection of Greek works in their own, specifically to figure things out. But their Church Slavonic collection is also quite fascinating. And so if you think about these people, what type of erudition, but also what type of a mindset should you have if you are doing that type of stuff? We are also, and the Ruthenians are extremely lucky, because no one until Pius IX ruled the church for so many years, as of blessed memory, Papa Barberini. So that way he was actually able to solidify that project of global Christianity and global Catholicism at exactly the way he wanted.
May I add a little question? Do you know something about the cardinal protector of Ruthenians?
Right, but actually, I'll just send. Arnold Witte recently published the compendium of everything that one can know. But of course, the Ruthenian issues are overlapping in general, because of course you also have the cardinal protector of different orders, right? And just a little note here is that Antonio Marcello Barberini was the head of the dicastery dealing with the religious life. So that trumped everything. Whoever was protector of whichever order, that authority trumped. And it's unique that he actually ends up giving money of all the possibilities. He decides to give money to Ruthenian monks to finish their church. On a side note, he also pays money for the, again, very rare reprinting of Savonarola's Triumphum Crucis. So you can see how he is viewing religious life in general. He's a very, I mean, go to the Capuchin church and see where, you know, as like here lies dust. That's the only thing he marks on his grave. Very, very interesting people.
I'm wondering if there in a new sun, which is a new sun, give vision of give. Celestial bodies. There was a morning star, it was San Hilarion, there was a sun, it was St. Anthony, and it was a moon, and different other planets and stars. And actually, why maybe some were there some connections between these descriptions of saints as celestial bodies, and why new sun? Actually, maybe it was seen as a replacement of St. Anthony as an old sun. Thank you.
I will start from the end. Why the new sun? This is a very good question. Basically, I mean, my idea was simple. Quite simple, in fact, that the new sun, like every saint, is basically a new sun, replacing the one true sun, which is Christ. I mean, not replacing, but coming in the succession of Christ, of one true sun. So this would mean like this would be my simple explanation for this. I mean, this is not made any clearer in the oration itself. It's not replaced, and also there is another dimension of this, like of course Yosafat as son, he said, so there was a sunset. His death was the sunset of this one son, but then on the other hand he was reborn as the new son. So like in the dedicatory address to the Pope, it was said at the very beginning. I mean, there is always new day, burning, which comes with the new light of new morning star. So, this would be my simple explanation. And as I said, I mean, in the oration itself, there are no further thoughts about this, but we also know, for example, from earlier sermons, from earlier decades and centuries. I know this also from his sermons on Christ himself, on his life. He was also called a new son, exactly with the same term. So the son which is reborn basically every year, at the time of which we know as Christmas, but it was meant like also rebirth after his death, basically. So the resurrection as well is here in the background. So and concerning this first issue, maybe from the text which I read, not only on Kунцевич, I would simply draw attention to the fact that also the scientific discourse is a bit entering here, the hagiography, which means that the contemporary debate, astronomical debate, is a little bit reflected also in the hagiographic works. I mean, the most instructive example comes from the next century, from the 18th century, which I know. It is a poem about John of Nepomuk, who is entering the heaven, and then on his way he sees polar lights, and this is like the opportunity for the poet to include in the hagiographic narrative the explanation of the polar light, which at this point already were printed. But of course, as I said, this is quite late example, but the same I could somehow see in the 17th century, like the interconnection between different discourses, which are interconnecting here, apart from other layers and other aspects.
I also could add something. I didn't want to speak about the concepts because it's just, there's so many of them, it's really complicated, but besides this astronomical things, you know, in Miguel Perez's text, one can find a lot of botanical, like agricultural references, and I will try to reproduce one because it's just, you know, from Spanish into English, but he, in a very interesting way, interprets the first miracle of Jesus Christ, turning water into wine, so Ghana, and he says, you see, the miracle is that God skips all stages of producing wine from water, because you say you plant this, you see, then you water it, then you make grapes, then you make juice or something like that, and then you make wine, and then it's just, that's, you say, okay, it's just, he gives us the very beginning and the very end. And he says, and this is el verbo abreviado. Yeah, this is the abbreviated verb that means the essence of the Christian doctrine. And that's what is miracle, you know, because Yosafata Kунцевич was a very good Christian student, you know. He was obedient and creative at the same time, and he took what is important, and he was able to do it, you know, and to disseminate his word so successfully, you see. But it is so, and you can find a lot of organic concepts like juxtapositions of, let's say, el hombre del pozo, it's just well, yeah, and lake. And he said, okay, this is Yosafata because he is well, because he himself produces water, you know, and lake is, you know, just it only collects water, does not produce any new water, and it, of course it is included in this global astronomical, botanical, natural cycles, you know. We can find some minerals when we do it, so we can find mollusks and so around, other things. It's just, my idea was that Miguel Perez wanted to, you know, to create Yosafata in the symbol of universe, actually. You see, and answering the previous question, I didn't study how it projected other images, because my first hypothesis was that Miguel Perez was very much dependent on the visual reality around himself, and I studied famous pictures, some other things, and so on and so forth. It just, and then, yeah, there's this concept of global, you use the term global Catholicism, yeah, but it's global vision, you see, you see of the whole world, actually, which becomes the, you know, this global Catholicism. That's what I think all are our creators who tried to represent the image of Yosafata Kунцевич, so we're doing, you know, that's, you can find a lot of metaphors. Okay, thank you.
And also in response, a little kind of a little note. We know from Bishop Hama's description of what was, actually right after his death at San Cesare Giabaco, the visitation, I think, of Virgilio Spada, we know that the church contained the image of Nuestra Señora de Montserrat. So you suddenly have this kind of a Spanish Christianity still very much embedded in small neighborhood churches in Rome.
But it's quite natural, you know, the Spanish culture was very much dominated by the Italian culture at that moment. You see, actually part of Italy was part of Spain, you know, Naples and other territories, you know, and then I think it's more or less the same world, because when we speak about practices of theatrical representations, the first thing that Spanish kings did, they just brought Italian directors and you see it was this one world.
And I would recommend you guys Spanish Rome by James Dandele, that quite successfully shows that basically they paid for everything we see right now here.
Thank you.
Santiago y Sierra, España.
Are there more questions to our discussants, to our panelists?
A coffee break?
Okay, no. If no, we can say thank you once more to them, and immediately, yes, please make an applause. And now it's time, without any break, for closing discussions. And closing discussions. For making closing discussions, I would like to have here on the podium Reverend Dr. Daniel Galadza, Reverend Dr. Mark Morozowicz, and Dr. Ivan Almes. Please take your places.
Now it is your turn.
Yes. Yes. First of all, I would like to make just few remarks. I would like to state that we did have a pretty good conference, which unfortunately is about to be over. We did have a very well composed program and a very refined cohort of participants, both discussants and panelists. I would like also to make some acknowledgements. First of all, to our donors. They are Basil Loston, Chair of Ukrainian Church History at the American Catholic University of America, Order of St. Basil the Great, the Pontifical Oriental Institute, the Embassy of Lithuania to the Holy See, and the program Kyiv Christianity at the Ukrainian Catholic University. I also would like to acknowledge the role of a man who is modestly undersigned as scholarly secretary of the conference, Ivan Almes, who skillfully directed all academic and non-academic issues of the conference, who sent letters to each of us, and without whom this conference would not be so successful. And now, please, in order of appearance in program, take your microphone. Reverend Dr. Daniel Galadza.
Thank you very much. Yes, again, I would like to thank Dr. Almes and Dr. Jasinovsky for the organization of this conference, and really quite an incredible gathering. I know that here at the Pontifical Oriental Institute, when the idea was first mentioned, people thought, a conference on St. Josaphat? Is there really anything new to say? And I think we were under the shadow of these myths of the past. And I would like to limit my comments to 3 points. The first about demythologizing, the second about the transdisciplinary, trans-regional approach of this conference, and one brief comment about the future. But I understand Father Mark will say much more about the future. On the first day, we heard a comment from one of the first speakers in the greetings with a request to the scholars here to free us from a historiography that is a slave to cliches. And I think I would say that was done here. And there was also an urging to move away from polemics to history, which also I think was an eye-opening in many of the discussions here for me personally. Many questions arose about who is promoting a cult of a saint in general, who is regulating the cult. We heard about canonizations, and ultimately the question of who is Josafat Kунцевич, a modernizer, a reformer, not a Latinizer, but someone characterized even today as an exponent of Eastern theology, liturgy, and spirituality, anecdotally summarizing Sophia Senik's article on the sources of Josaphat spirituality. Someone, I won't say who said it, but that if Josaphat were alive today, probably the Basilians of the early 20th century would have killed them himself. So the myths are definitely being busted. And I hope those who are tuning in on YouTube are paying attention, because a lot of these myths keep on getting repeated. We also understood better about kind of myths that were circulated about Josaphat's persecution of Orthodox, a fictional invention of 19th century propaganda. Even if it's originating in newspapers in St. Petersburg, it's being received in Galicia and abroad, sometimes even to the present day. With this demythologizing, it's important to keep in mind that the 17th century is not the 18th century, and the 19th century is not the 20th century. Obviously, for the historians in the room, this is obvious, but for someone coming, for example, from liturgy or other disciplines, the presentations here help to show the transitions between one period to another. I would say with the demythologizing behind us, the one thing that was extremely helpful, I found, was the transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and trans-regional approach that perhaps one could say serendipitously or providentially was surrounded in the 17th century through the person of Urban VIII, Maffeo Barberini, whom we heard about quite often, that his reign as Pope coincided with the regulation of canonizations and also the beatification of Josaphat towards the end of his life. And so we heard a lot about codicology and musicology with texts from that period, and later Bishop Todor's talk trying to actually look at the text, the original Slavonic text rather than just Latin translations, and then seeing how the life of Josaphat as a monk, a bishop, a martyr, and other categorizations as the model of a virgin, a doctor, in Miguel Perez and martyrs categorization, all these come together in the liturgical expression of the church. I hope I'm not exaggerating when I say that another person, a contemporary person that perhaps added the visual culture and art history to this presentation, the presentations that we heard yesterday and today, Ambassador Sigita Maslauskaite Magilina, as someone who in a way, brought together with the exhibit that we'll go and visit at the Gregoriana, the exhibit in Vilnius at the museum, brought in a completely different aspect that very often we hear about papal documents, we hear about archival documents, we hear about correspondence, but here we saw the vestments, the imagery, the iconography, and the churches connected with Josaphat. So allowing us in a way to kind of peel back the various layers of the question of the identity and the cult of Josaphat, and getting to the core that, and this is not revisionist history to revisit the person of Josaphat, it's just history seen through a different lens. And the last comment, speaking of the future, and not perhaps such a distant future as maybe Father Mark will talk about, because it requires time to research and explore questions, but I'm talking about the future tomorrow and Thursday. In this Aula Magna, the Pontifical Oriental Institute is hosting a conference, again in collaboration with Ukrainian Catholic University, on Eastern Catholics and Orthodox in their ecumenical relations. And personally, I find that having a conference on the person of Yosafata Kунцевича over 2 days as a preparation, perhaps inadvertently, to a conference on Eastern Catholic and Orthodox ecumenism is an excellent preparation, especially if we take into consideration ideas of demythologizing and looking at things from a different perspective. Not just the perspective from, for example, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Western Ukraine, Belarus, or Lithuania, or Poland, but also the view from Rome or from Grottaferrata, so active in the canonization process of Josaphat, or from other regions like Spain or Mexico or elsewhere in the world. So if you are unable to be here tomorrow or Thursday, we'll still be thinking about you and your wonderful papers. You can tune in as well on YouTube, just as all the people who are watching at home. But definitely what was presented here yesterday and today, in my opinion, serves as a foundation for going forward even into other disciplines well beyond the historical or other research that you engage in, but for food for thought for the theologians. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you very much, Father Deacon Daniel. It's a great pleasure to have been here in these last few days. As I began with my opening comments about why do we need to write new histories, oftentimes it's because the questions that we're asking today are different. And I think that was one of the things that we saw throughout the conference. The Josaphat of the 17th century, the Josaphat of the 18th century, the Josaphat of the 19th century, and the Josaphat of the 20th century were often people who were constructed in pieces that were brought forward. I'm a firm believer in the study of hermeneutics, and I think that we've done some of that work now. I believe, however, that there's still much more work to do. Looking at the imperial lens that some of our respondents gave us an opportunity to look at, because that was part of how that 18th century, 19th century Josaphat was created, as Father Deacon has referred to in terms of polemics. But I think understanding how the political situations, how this collapse of Poland, and how the new incurrence and what they were doing and what that meant, and trying to situate this in that broader movement. I mean, we've had some good discussions here about how this fit within the post-Reformation, but I think there's still a lot more that we can open up and explore and see that. And I think that that's very important because we touched just briefly on who Josaphat was in terms of his life growing up, in terms of the language that he spoke, the impact that he had with different people. That's so important because as we face in our own world the annihilation of cultures, we can see that this was something that existed before, and trying to understand exactly what were the people who were living there. Lithuanian is one of the oldest languages. Who was speaking Lithuanian? Who was speaking Russian? How were these people getting together and going into that broader context, and then seeing what happened to them, I think is not just informative, but instructive and illustrative in our global context today, in demonstrating patterns that follow in those imperial propaganda motives. And as we're peeling these back, and we had these at times interesting insights, I think there's a lot more work to do in helping the real Josaphat to come forward. We've peeled a lot away, but even as we began to touch those issues of hesychasm, what was happening in the broader church? What were the relationships? We heard about glimpses about some of the relationships with the Archbishop in Kiev, the competing realities that were going on, and how did that impact the theologically? And of course, one of the things that I'm very interested in, the liturgical world. How did this all become a background? And one of the things that has been going through my mind is the union of the 1700 with Lviv. We don't like to talk about that often. I'm not sure why. But I think we have to understand that role, and we touched on a lot, but that role of the brotherhoods and how the Protestant influence played there and what was going on. So I think that there's a lot more to open up and a lot more for us to understand, and not just, as I said, because it's a fun thing for us academics to do. But I think that the work that we've done these last 2 days and the work that remains to be done is a work that is in service of people today. Certainly people within the church and people that are not even aware of the church. But I think especially for those of us who hold Josaphat as a saint, to understand how this great man, this history that he has, his import can be felt today, and indeed help us to guide our church forward today. So those are just a few of my reflections about some of the things that I think that were important and some areas that I think that we really need to go into so that we can free ourselves from more of the preconceptions that we've sort of shed off in these last 2 days. Thank you.
Please, Dr. Almes.
First of all, I would like to thank Lilia Berjnaya for fascinating comments, for really excellent observations, and in some way conclusions regarding not only the panel, the last session, but regarding the conference at all, especially about media actors, especially about this making confessional identity. I would like to say in a Basilian way, something this Ġerovity monastery, Potayu monastery, and so on. Especially in the late 18th century, we don't know a lot about the spreading of the cult of Yosafata Kунцевича in this south part of the Kievan Unionate Metropolitanate. And we can look in the images, for example, Potayu monastery icon and the other icons. Kунцевич is near the Theotokos, like making this confessional identity of, that we can say in a Basilian way. After that, I would like to make 2 announcements, and one announcement will be later. Thanks to Basilians, we have excellent news for all the speakers, but I will talk during the dinner and during the exhibition. if you are ready to join us tomorrow in the morning. Yeah, and two other announcements of the forthcoming books. We are preparing two books about Yosafata Kунцевича, a volume 33 within the Kievan Christianity series that we are going to publish in early spring. Unfortunately, we are not ready to finish it until this year. Volume consists of 5 chapters. The first chapter, is actually the polemical work by Кунцевич о фальшуванню писем словенських from Доброхотов collection, transliteration of this work, and the paper by Natalia Sienkiewicz. The second chapter is panegyric by Lev Krevza, published in 1625. Transliteration, translation into Ukrainian. The third chapter is the life of Saint Josaphat by Yakov Sushan. Transliteration, translation into Ukrainian made by Sister Atanasia Smetaniak from the Ukrainian Catholic University. And the chapter started with a research with the paper by Bishop Igor Isichenko from Kharkiv University. The fourth chapter is actually this excellent research about the prologue by Miguel Perez, and this chapter started with the paper by Professor Alexander Prinkevich. And the last one, documents from Vitebsk court, and paper by Denis Risechko. Speakers already know that we are going to publish a separate volume about Kунцевич in English. I will remind you about the deadlines. So, and we are preparing this volume together with our Lithuanian partners from the Vilnius University. It is expected to finish and to publish the book until the end of the next year. And now I would like to thank first of all His Beatitude Святослав Шевчук, head of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, for his promotion, support, and participation. Actually, it was his idea to organize an international conference in Rome 2 years ago. We started to talk about this conference. Many thanks to Pontifical Oriental Institute for hosting this conference here. I would like to thank Rector, Father David Nazar, Francesca Baldini from the Public Relations Department, and Massimiliano. Grazie mille. Thank you, Daniel Galadza, for the Pontifical Institute. Thank you for your moderating and translations from Ukrainian into English, and Natalia Sienkiewicz from Polish into English and from Ukrainian into English. Special gratitude to Father Mark Morozovich and Basil Lostin Chair of Ukrainian Church Studies for strong support of the conference, and especially for organizing a lot of issues. Thank you. Also, we'd like to send Ordo Sancti Basilii Magni, Vasilianam, to Proto-Archimandrite Robert Leseiko, who was engaged to organize this conference personally as well during this year. For all the Basilians helping to organize this event as well. And to Lithuanian Embassy, to the Holy See, in particular Ambassador Dr. Sigita Masliauskaitė Maželene. She was with us, unfortunately, only today, but reasonably. And thank you all to all of the speakers for kindly accepting to take part in this conference. I hope to see you at our next scholarly events.
So we exhausted the academic part of the program, and what I should say, let the academic part of the conference end.
Now you are welcome to visit the exhibition at the Gregorian University. We will meet at the entrance of the institute.
Fake ID documents are a serious threat, easily ordered online. Fake IDs can get used for anything from underage drinking to identity theft to terrorism. Think twice if you consider this a minor issue. There is a powerful and proven solution to protect IDs and check their authenticity: the kinogram. The kinogram is so difficult to imitate that fake ID documents are easily detected with the naked eye. Identity documents need secure protection. Learn more at kinogram.com.